Thank you very much. All right, over to you, Mr. Superintendent, for an overview of the day.
All right, thank you very much. Looking forward to a very interesting day for sure. We will kick off with the second of three presentations that we have put together for the board for multi-tiered systems of support. So great opportunity to dig into the next level, and we will work through that and make sure we have a nice presentation for you. Dr. Collier and team, I see some team in the back, will be here to help us with that. And then we will have the long and awaited and anticipated conversation with regards to project labor agreements, and we will do an overview of what they are, trying to help make sure the board has a clear understanding of what the process is. And obviously we'll have some public comment with regards to that today as well. And then really the cabinet team is going to really put their listening ears on when we have the opportunity for the board to share their thoughts with regards to PLAs, and it'll be information that's missing that the board may need more information about, and any other questions. So presentation in the beginning, but then cabinet will really have our listening ears on to get a feel for where the board is and what would be some logical next steps. And the rest of the head into closed session. We have some interesting topics to deal with within closed session as well. So it should be a nice day. Thanks.
All right, wonderful. So for our first presentation on multi-tiered systems of support, Dr. Collier.
Okay, good morning, President Vargas, Governing Board, Superintendent Hoffman, Mr. Avalos, community, and colleagues. I am super excited today to have the MTSS Spotlight number 2. It is presented by members of different departments, and I think it's an emphasis on MTSS that oftentimes we miss. Oftentimes we tend to go to the tier 2 and tier 3. What are the interventions? What are the things we're doing for children who are not doing well? But it is vital that we pay attention to tier 1. Tier 1 is sometimes we say on the academic side, good first teaching, and it is where we have a universal application of how we reach students. And so today we'll dive into what is tier 1 into all domains of the MTSS. And I think it'll be interactive, informative, and I think we'll set the ground and the foundation for how MTSS operates in our schools. So hopefully you'll enjoy it, have great questions and interaction with very talented members of our staff. So without further ado, I'll call up first Director in Curriculum and Professional Learning. She is from Michigan State, and she does not look like Magic Johnson, but she is definitely an MVP and an all-star on our team. So I'll have Lorraine Bloomquist come up.
Aren't you happy you're in Big Ten now, UCLA guy? All right. Good morning, everybody. Okay. This. All right. So this is our goal for Spotlight number 2 is to understand the critical nature of MTSS Foundations for Tier 1. We want to understand how students, families, and sites experience MTSS. I think with the very first one, you got more of an overview and it's more theoretical. So we want to dive into maybe something a little bit more practical and then preview the next steps for moving to Tier 1 and or Tier 3. So when we look at just reviewing Spotlight on Spotlight number 1, we talked about, and actually I say we, but it was on behalf of us, Mr. David Riley. He talked about MTSS as both a system and a process. And if you look at the triangle, I'm going to look at the system and process through the graphic. If you look at the vertical lines and you see academic, social, emotional, and behavioral, those are those 3 domains. We define them separately, but they aren't separate. And that's what I think we're really intending to show today. And then when we talk about it from a process perspective, I'd like to draw your attention to the horizontal lines, that they are tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, the idea of we have to have a process. If things aren't working at tier 1 for all of our students, what's that process for getting kids tier 2 supports or tier 3 supports? So there has to be something in place. Who's involved? When does it happen? How does it happen? So that's where both that system and that process happens. In the very first spotlight for MTSS, there were specific questions around history and data, and that's another thing that we paid attention to, so we want to make sure we're bringing you back the information that you're asking for. To make this more authentic, we want to take a look at just putting it into the classroom perspective. So Bethany Hancock, we had 2 Teachers of the Year. Bethany Hancock is the 3rd grade teacher. She's one of our Teachers of the Year. She also won Sacramento County Teacher of the Year. So that's awesome, right? And so we're really highlighting on authentic teaching, great teaching. Her platform that she interviewed for was MTSS. And so I think that this makes, and what you're going to see, we're going to watch a video of her. This is the video that our communications department took. It was part of her interview process for the Sacramento County Teacher of the Year. And so we're going to kind of ground our work, again, more authentically in the classroom. Okay. And there's supposed to be a video right here. She's awesome. She's talking. Let me see. I don't know if. Okay. Okay, we're going to play it from Katie's laptop. Right here?
Makes
Teamwork,
the dream work.
Oh, can you switch?
Teamwork and a tech expert is the key to that. Is this me?
If that's going to happen with all the videos, maybe we just play from Katie's.
Yeah, we can do that.
Hello, my name is Bethany Hancock, and I am a 2026 Teacher of the Year candidate from Sacramento County. I teach 3rd grade in the esteemed Elk Grove Unified School District. I teach because I want to have an impact on the world. Teaching 3rd graders to be literate and respectful learners who love to learn and love to be challenged creates the foundation for their future successes in secondary, middle, high school, and beyond. Do not underestimate the power of a highly effective elementary teacher. My strength as a teacher is seamlessly integrating high-quality instruction with MTSS Tier 1 supports and interventions when needed with high expectations, creating a rigorous and inclusive classroom environment where all of my students have access to the curriculum and are challenged to achieve. Through crafted lessons, social-emotional learning, targeted student collaboration, meaningful tasks, and strong behavior supports, I allow every student who enters my classroom to feel that they can succeed. Every year of my career, I have reflected on my craft and strived to do more for my students to make learning both attainable and challenging. I have designed a way to seamlessly weave together high-level academics with behavior supports and social-emotional learning, making our classroom a place where students feel safe, supported, challenged, and heard. I make sure my students understand why every subject I teach is important and necessary to understanding the others. I therefore create the foundation they need to excel the rest of their lives. For example, the superintendent's initiative to have all students reading by 3rd grade is imperative to them being successful in mathematics, science, social studies, and writing. Each student that comes through my classroom learns how to be kind to others, how to challenge themselves to think, how to work together, how to persevere when things get hard, and how to use growth mindset to improve their skills and achieve things they didn't think were possible. In this way, year after year, I can have an impact on the future. Thank you.
How do I get it to go back to? It's, nope. On extended mode. Slideshow. Thanks for your patience. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, so that was she wasn't part of preparing for a board meeting or anything like that. She was just being her authentic self, and she talking about how MTSS is part of just how she does school. You heard her speaking to academics, the reading initiative. You heard her talking about being kind, and how kids are behaving. So she's wrapping all these, the 3 domains into one in how she is an effective teacher. So for all of our presentations, we ground it in our learning vision. And today we're actually going to address all 4 of the strategic goals. When we're talking about MTSS, it really is the framework for how we realize that goal, that E4, the idea that every student is learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. We don't want it to be just a motto. We want to realize that. That's our goal. We want E4, we don't want S4, some students in some classes. We want for all kids because that's what our goal is. So I want you to take a look at this graphic and see from just from a visual point of view, think about what stands out to you. And then turn to a partner. We mentioned this would be interactive. Trying to model the very things that we're expecting in our classroom. What do you notice about the graphic? Ignore the words. What do you notice about the graphic? Just turn to one of your partners.
The orange part is the biggest.
Okay.
The bottom, the base, all of that.
I was actually giving you oral rehearsal time too to talk with one another. You don't even have to do it in the mic. It's very safe. I'm creating a safe environment for you. Chances are some of your conversations, again, trying to make this safe, but also model what we're talking about. You mentioned proportionately that the bottom part is the biggest. From a triangular point of view, it's a solid base, right? If you tip it on its side, then it kind of teeters if it's the point pointing down. That's the point of MTSS, that Tier 1 is for everybody. And 85% of the time, that's all students will need. And again, all students get Tier 1 instruction, high quality instruction involving social emotional learning behavior. But sometimes things don't, what kids offered in class, sometimes they need something else. Maybe a student is going through a loss of a parent, something devastating, right? They're gonna need something else to help them through that moment. And so at that point, we're looking at 10% of other services might be needed by some of our kids. So that's where that Tier 2, that process of figuring out what is that other piece, the part of the puzzle that will help kids be successful in school. And sometimes it's even a little bit more intensive. So 5% of the rest of the time, there might be something really intensive, maybe more individualized that kids need. But when we're looking at MTSS, really we want to focus on Tier 1 because that's where we can make the most change. And when you have tier 1 instruction and add 2 and 3, it doesn't mean that now they move to a different tier. Everybody is always getting tier 1, and I keep saying instruction, tier 1 services, in addition to tier 2 and tier 3. So when we're going through the rest of this presentation, we're going to look at each of these categories, taking in mind what you mentioned question-wise during MTSS Spotlight number 1. We're going to look at the definition overview. You asked for history of. So when we go through each of the domains, we're going to talk about the history of. We're going to also talk about what is the supporting staff and PD look and sound like, and then also what is the data that we can bring you to support it. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Katie Thomas. Talk about SEL.
Thanks, Lorraine. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you again. So we have talked about SEL a few times now, some of us more than a few. Mr. Vargas, I teased you last time that you were going to do the presentation this time. So are you ready? Awesome. So SEL is defined by an organization called the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, CASEL. They identify 5 core competencies. Just like Lori, I'm going to ask you all to turn and talk with each other. What do you remember about the 5 core competencies and what they mean? They're up there for reminder's sake. So go ahead and talk about what you remember about each of the 5 core competencies. Thank you for indulging me. I try to keep it simple when I define the 5 core competencies. Self-awareness, how I understand myself. Self-management, what do I do with that information? Social awareness, how do I understand other people? Relationship skills, what do I do with that information? And the responsible decision-making kind of puts the rest together. How do I use all that information to interact with the world? Now, I just want to give you a couple of examples as we move through the grade levels and through the ages, because unlike some other concepts that we teach in school, we're never done learning about social emotional well-being. I still am working on understanding myself and how to manage all the different responsibilities that are on my plate, right? It's just that no longer am I learning about what I like and dislike, but I'm more learning about my values and the way I was raised and the privileges that I was given and how that impacts the way I interact with the world, right? And as far as self-management, I'm not just keeping my hands to myself, I'm also managing responsibilities in my professional life, in my personal life, and making sure I find time for joy as well, right? And as far as social awareness, I'm not just learning about the fact that when someone's smiling, it means they're happy, and when they're frowning, it means they're sad. I'm also learning how to read the room and notice when my colleague needs a little bit of help, right? And then to provide that help. With relationship skills, instead of just taking turns and sharing, I might be setting healthy boundaries or having really hard conversations with people I love when they've disappointed me or when I've disappointed them, and knowing that we still love each other anyways, right? And then I put it all together to make responsible decisions so that instead of going home every night and reading my book and eating grilled cheese sandwiches, which I want to do when it's, cold and dreary like this, I still take good care of myself. I stop at the gym on the way home sometimes. I have a salad every now and then, that kind of thing, right? So we're never done learning about this. And as Lorraine said, we're also not just talking about instruction when we're talking about learning. We're talking about 3 different ways of supporting our student social emotional well-being. Really important is not just the direct instruction through Character Strong or Second Step, our curricula. It's also creating this really supportive environment in which students feel comfortable making mistakes and taking risks, because learning doesn't happen without those 2 things, right? And one way to make sure we have that supportive environment is to start with an inclusive welcome, to connect with people as human beings before we start interacting with them with all the information we want to fill them with, right? And then throughout the presentation or the instructional period, we want to use engaging strategies so that folks are really using their brain and interacting with one another. Learning is social in its core. And then finally, we're going to end with an intentional close so that students know that I'm not just rushing through the material and getting them out the door to their next class, but I'm saying goodbye or wrapping up that opportunity that they were learning about, giving them a chance to share one thing that they're going to take away with them or one person they appreciated, right? That's social emotional learning in that we're creating this environment that allows students to be their whole selves when they walk into our classrooms. And then we're also integrating social emotional learning throughout our academic instruction. I think I've shared this story with you a million times because when I was a 5th grade teacher, I taught double-digit long division, and it still makes me want to tear my hair out thinking about how hard that was, right? None of us do that anymore, and yet we're teaching 10-year-olds how to do it, and so they have to learn, I have to learn how to manage our frustration around that, how to persevere through really hard things, right? And then maybe in a history class, we're debating whether or not Martin Luther King or Malcolm X was a more effective leader and why, and having those hard conversations, being able to make space for no right answer, but having collaborative discussions with our classmates. That's all social emotional learning. So as I've shared this with you before, but the question came up at the first MTSS Spotlight of the history of the different areas of MTSS. And so the history of SEL, just to remind you, starts ages ago, from the dawn of time, truly. We didn't call it social emotional learning, but we've always acknowledged that students show up in our classrooms as their whole selves. They don't leave their personalities at the door or the worries of their family system. So we want to make sure we're interacting with them in a way that makes them feel seen and valued, and we've been doing that forever. And just by interacting with students, we're teaching them some of our own values, right? Students learn from watching us as much as they learn from listening to us. And so that is social emotional learning. I'm always influencing the people around me, and I have to be mindful of that. We had things called character education and second step to support those, but we never had, at that time, we didn't have a district-wide efforts. It was just kind of here and there as sites chose to bring on those programs, right? But the pandemic helped us realize we got to do something district-wide because our students, our staff, they were struggling. We were struggling, right? So we really started to see the need to acknowledge and support those struggles at school so they could then set aside those worries and concerns and learn. So we started the Social Emotional Learning Steering Committee, which is representatives from across the district helping us decide how we want to do this thing called SEL in the district. And we also started doing a lot of professional development for teachers because this is not something the majority of our more established staff learned about in their credential programs. Some of our newer staff have started to learn about that. It's really exciting stuff. We also provided universal curriculum, second step, and character strong, and we continue to provide professional development because our teachers are not done learning about how to support the social emotional well-being of our students. In fact, we've only just begun, only just scratched the surface. So here's what we're doing for all of our staff, not just our teachers. They're not the only ones supporting our students' social emotional well-being. Our transportation staff are often the first people our students see. The office staff are very supportive of our students because that's where they go when they're struggling or when they're sick, right? The people in the cafeteria are sometimes our kids' best friends, right? Or the adults who notice that they're not having the best of days, and same with our custodial staff. So we make sure to provide this professional development, not just to our classroom staff, but to all staff. So the pre-service opportunities we've had over the last few years have really focused on building community. And then we've done restorative practices workshops. Our educational equity department has done workshops on community building circles, effective statements. That's the I feel, when you, because, I would like you to. And then empathic listening, so that I'm really listening to understand my classmates rather than to argue back. And then authentic relationships. We also have offered a lot of different trainings for salary credit advancement, such as innovating education through social emotional learning, where we discussed trauma-informed education, where we talked about adult self-care, because we cannot support the social emotional well-being of our students if we're not doing that for ourselves. And we've talked about, we've done Peace Corner trainings for people, my apologies, for people throughout the district as well, so they can create a space in their classroom where students can go take a little break if they need it without having to leave their community. We've also provided access to the curriculum. Again, that's new in the last few years. It used to be site-based decision, and we've provided ongoing support for implementing that curriculum. Handing someone a curriculum is really not effective if we want them to be using it. So here and there, we've been able to provide professional development about how to use that curriculum. We're lucky enough that both of our publishers offer that as part of our contracts free of charge. And anytime a site says we need a little bit more training on Character Strong or Second Step, I call up those publishers and they provide it within the next couple weeks usually. And then we have coaching from our wellness providers. So although we don't call our elementary counselors SEL coaches, that is some of the work that they do, right? Same with our mental health therapists, our social workers, and our behavior support specialists, because they know that social emotional learning and behavior are really two sides of the same coin. So with that, I will turn it over to my colleague Jeremy to talk a little bit about the data around SEL, because he's much better at that than I am.
Thank you, Katie. So SEL programming decisions are rooted in research-based practices, which come to us from experts in education and social science research. These researchers provide us with strong evidence that high-quality, school-wide Tier 1 instruction in social-emotional learning has been associated with more favorable self-reported social-emotional competencies and attitudes, more favorable behavioral outcomes, and higher academic achievement. The Durlak study cited below is one of the landmark studies in the literature, which has been cited by more than 5,000 other articles and publications. This study used a meta-analytical approach to synthesize findings across 213 school-based programs, in total involving 270,034 K-12 students. Durlak's study is concerned with effect sizes related to an intervention that was used to develop student SEL skills, comparing student outcomes between those who got the intervention with those who didn't. So the effect size represents the counterfactual of getting the SEL programming versus not, in terms of outcomes 6 months after the intervention ended. What Durlak did was calculate mean effect sizes reported across all of these studies after controlling for a wide variety of formats or factors like intervention format, features, and implementation. Of note, studies were only included in the analysis if they targeted a general population of students and not students with identified adjustment or learning problems, which might be more characteristic of Tier 2 or Tier 3 programming. In all, the general finding was that Tier 1 SEL interventions were associated with effect sizes of 0.57 for SEL skills, 0.24 for conduct problems, 0.28 for emotional distress, and 0.28 for academic performance, which were all found to be statistically significant from 0. The study also found that reported implementation was associated with impact, and found that implementation issues were associated with lower impact. So the authors recognized that we can't just assume curricula or interventions are implemented because they were purchased or people were trained to deliver them. We need to monitor implementation and likely adjust in order to achieve the kind of impacts that they're finding. When we conduct impact evaluations of the largest and most important programs in our district, like Tier 1 SEL, we do our best to examine impact through the lens of implementation. As Durlak found that program effects were greater as participants more closely adhered to the best practices of the program as outlined, we monitor implementation of the Tier 1 SEL program at each of our district schools according to a set of measures that are aligned to the Castle Guide for School-Wide SEL. For SEL, these measures are sourced from student and staff surveys. We use their survey responses to create ratings of implementation at each school, and we place those ratings of implementation on a universal 4-point scale, where level 1 represents the lowest level of implementation, and level 4 is the highest. The most recent complete district-wide evaluation of the Tier 1 SEL program found that 18% of our schools were implementing Tier 1 SEL instruction with fidelity in 23-24, which would mean implementing at a level 3 or 4. Average implementation across schools in 23-24 was measured to be 1.9 on our 1 to 4 scale, which was lower than the historical high point, which was 2.2 in 22-23, but was consistent with implementation as measured in 21-22 at 1.9 as well. So thus far, we found that as a district, in many ways, we have yet to truly implement Tier 1 SEL. We've been conducting impact evaluations of how our Tier 1 SEL program has been working locally here in Elk Grove since 21-22. As I mentioned before, whenever possible, we evaluate key district programs through the lens of implementation, because we know from the literature, and I think more importantly, through our own common sense, that if we don't enact a program according to the best practices, or even possibly at all, we are not going to find the kind of impact that we hope for. Our district is a large and complex place, so it's natural that we might expect that if we supply resources or program inputs like curricula or training, we might expect to find that people are using those resources differently across our 68 schools. In some places, they might be using them consistently in the ways for which they were designed, and in other places, they might not be used at all. We often refer to these differences in program fidelity as implementation, or program fidelity as variation in implementation. And as we just saw, we measure this at our schools, and we find that substantial variation in implementation exists across our schools. However, because this natural variation exists, it affords us an opportunity to study if that variation in implementation is associated with variation in outcomes. So this is the primary way we evaluate Tier 1 SEL. Essentially, our research question that we're looking to answer is that if implementation increases at a school, can we expect better outcomes? And throughout our analyses that we use to analyze this question, we found consistent, significant evidence that school-level implementation is associated with higher achievement in mathematics, lower suspension rates, and higher ratings of connectedness and belonging among our students. Specifically, when we look at how school-level implementation is associated with achievement in math, we find statistically significant correlations that range from 0.32 to 0.62 between implementation and estimated marginal means of math SBAC scores that have been adjusted to balance for baseline performance in math and other student demographics. And we find that increasing a level of implementation is associated with effect sizes that range from 0.43 to 0.84, which have all found to be statistically significant. Pardon me again. Similarly, for suspension rates, we find that implementation is significantly and favorably associated with lower suspension rates. Correlations range from negative 0.72 to negative 0.35, and effect sizes range from negative 0.97 to negative 0.48. Finally, for student ratings of school connectedness, we find significant favorable positive correlations ranging from 0.47 to 0.83, and effect sizes that range from 0.63 to 1.12. So to reiterate, even though the district has yet to implement SEL Tier 1 with uniform fidelity, the data gathered thus far suggests that as more schools implement with fidelity, these outcomes will improve according to the associations that we've studied. And now I will throw it back to Katie Thomas to talk about Tier 1 PBIS. Oh, excuse me. No, I'm not. Oh, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, so SEL is one side of the coin, as we talked about, but positive behavior instructional supports is another. So in order to help our students understand exactly what we want from them in the school system, we've implemented a program called PBIS, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. PBIS has a team of people working together to define school-wide rules so that there's no hidden agenda. So we all agree to what respect looks like in the classroom versus in the library versus at a sports ball game, as I call it, because I don't watch very many sports. So always we're interacting with each other in different ways in different environments. And making sure we have culturally responsive expectations is the heart of PBIS. We also make sure to kick off PBIS every year, so we're always reviewing these expectations, and no one ever feels caught up for something that they didn't know was an expectation or a rule. We also make sure to acknowledge our students for their positive behaviors rather than only correcting their inappropriate behaviors. But just because we're focusing on positive acknowledgement doesn't mean we're not also providing logical consequences that help students shape their behaviors. One of the quotes that's used in the PBIS trainings is something along the lines of, when a student makes a mistake in math, we teach. When a student makes a mistake in reading, we teach. So when a student makes a mistake in behavior, we should teach, right? And that doesn't mean we're not punishing. Logical consequences are an important part of teaching, right? I know I learn a lot from my mistakes, and even though I haven't gotten quote unquote in trouble in many years, there's a lot of logical consequences that have come my way as a result of those mistakes I've made, right? And we learn from that. But we also want students to know when they're doing well, and so we make sure to acknowledge that with tickets, with words, and all kinds of other things. And then we measure the fidelity of our implementation. One thing I really like about PBIS is it very clearly defines what it means to be implementing PBIS well. I would say we're still working towards that with SEL. What does it mean to be implementing it well? But PBIS has a long list with scores. How well are we implementing this? And a rubric on those scores. What does it mean to be not implementing it versus moderately implementing it versus implementing with fidelity? And those scores are how we determine, or how the state of California, I should say, determines who gets bronze, silver, gold, etc. So we show students something along these lines in our PBIS kickoff. Again, what location are you in? What school-wide expectation are we looking at? Because if a student sees that achieving is one of our school-wide expectations because we're the Tsukumoto Sharks, they don't necessarily know what that looks like in the cafeteria, right? Versus at an assembly. And so we make sure to help students and adults, frankly, understand what these expectations look like in each setting. And often students are given a different tour of the school in the first week or two of school, where they go into the office and they learn about the expectations there, and then they go into the cafeteria and so forth. Here are some examples of our positive acknowledgments. Even at the high school level, even at my age, people still want to be not acknowledged positively, right? Now, it might look different in elementary school than it looks at secondary school sites, so maybe they don't want a little fidget toy. Well, actually, I still really love fidget toys, but that's me. Maybe they'd rather have a first in line at lunch pass, because I don't know if you have high schoolers at home, but often the best stuff is gone if you're not first in lunch, right? So that can be very motivating. This is a Fikert dragon, just making sure we're acknowledging our students. And you'll see here, it's really important to tell them what we're acknowledging them for. Just saying good job or nice work isn't actually all that helpful. It might make them feel good for a second, but doesn't help them know what behaviors they should be repeating in the future. And then here's one from one of our middle schools, a Smedibuk. All right, so the history of PBIS in Elk Grove Unified. So for those of you who have been around a while, you might remember in the early 2000s, we were found to be disproportionately engaging in exclusionary discipline for some of our population, some of our subgroups, right? So a root cause analysis was done into why that might be happening, really some deep conversations about what was going on there, so we could then pick the most appropriate solution. And PBIS was one of those solutions. And we implemented PBIS with relatively low levels of fidelity, I would say, for the first 5-6 years, because we allowed folks to take their time to learn it, right? Learning something new takes a ton of time, especially when it's not the only new thing you're learning, right? We ask so much of our site staff. And so it took time for PBIS to really be fully implemented appropriately, much like where we are with SEL right now. And the first really push we had to submit for recognition was in 2017. And at that time, we had 34 silver awarded schools and 29 bronze awarded schools. Fast forward to now, just about a couple weeks ago, we awarded 17 platinum. We didn't award it. Again, the state of California did, but we recognized that here. And 43 gold and 5 silver and 1 bronze. And it's important to remember that each of those is a wonderful recognition, right? So although all of our schools are looking for platinum, to be recognized at all is a huge accomplishment. So we've made a lot of progress. All right, so how do we support our staff so that they too can do well in PBIS? Well, we do that annual training. So each school site and each team has the opportunity to come to a training every year. They might choose to come to a Tier 1 refresh because they're doing pretty well with Tier 1, but they might need a few reminders. Or they might go to a comprehensive training because they have a bunch of new team members. Same with Tier 2 and Tier 3. It's up to the site to choose what they need, or I shouldn't say to choose, but to use their own data to decide what they need. We also have site coordinators at every single secondary school site that are paid a stipend to organize PBIS at that level. We have behavior support specialists who provide coaching support in PBIS, helping sites make adjustments here and there. Because again, even when we're platinum, we're not done getting better at supporting our students. Something I think about all the time is we could all work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we still would have unmet student needs, right? That's one of the hard parts about working in education. So we have our coaches there just helping us make the slow but steady steps forward despite how well we're already doing. We could always be doing better. We also provide, the board is kind enough to provide the sites with an annual budget so they can purchase site materials like signs, like supplies for recognition, etc. And then our restorative practices workshops also really support the work of PBIS through teaching school staff about restorative circles so that when a student or a group of students has engaged in inappropriate behavior, they can still come to the table and talk about that, learn from that, and reconnect as a community. Similar with restorative dialogue, simply a smaller group of kiddos and a reentry circle as well. All right, so Jeremy's back up on talking about the data for PBIS.
Thank you, Katie. So as Katie mentioned, Tier 1 PBIS is somewhat different from Tier 1 SEL, and that's much more monolithic. As a program, Tier 1 school-wide PBIS has been around for quite a long time and is widely implemented. The Center on PBIS reports that 27,759 schools in the United States were using PBIS in 2024. And so as it's been around so long, it's been implemented so widely, it's also very well studied. The Center on PBIS tracks 223 published studies regarding PBIS and its impact. We cite this particular study here by Bradshaw because it utilized a random control design and is among the most well-cited articles in the literature. But it, in the vast majority of similar studies, provides strong evidence that implementation of school-wide Tier 1 PBIS contributes to reductions in problematic student behavior and suspensions. We've been monitoring and evaluating Tier 1 PBIS within Elk Grove since 13-14, and our approach to measuring implementation has evolved substantially over time. In 23-24, we measured school-level implementation of PBIS through a variety of instruments and sources, including the TFI 2.1, supplemented with student, staff, and parent survey responses. We combine all this data into a single rating for each school, just like we did for SEL, and we place that rating on a 1 to 4 level, where level 1 is the lowest level of implementation, and 4 is the highest. Looking at the most recent implementation data for which we've completed an evaluation cycle, we find that nearly all schools are implementing PBIS at a level 3 or higher, which we would consider to be at fidelity. And from our local impact evaluations of PBIS over the years, we have found that increased implementation of the program has been significantly associated with lower suspension rates, reduced disciplinary infractions, and more favorable ratings of student climate related to connectedness and belonging. And now I will throw it over to our one of our coordinators in curriculum and professional learning, Patty Tong.
Good morning. We've taken a deep dive into SEL and behavior, and now we're going to be moving into looking at academics. And so in Tier 1 instruction for academics, we have at its core our EGUSD instructional framework. And I know that all of you have received that framework, a hard copy of that last week. And so thank you. You've got it here today. Great. And we wanted to be clear that this is the foundation, but there are other things that are involved in high quality instruction. I think for the first time, I've been in this district for over 35 years, and it's the first time we have clearly defined what does high quality instruction look like, and how can you see where you are and where you need to be to provide that high quality instruction, and that's encapsulated in our instructional framework. But in Tier 1 academics, we have high quality instruction that's provided both in the whole group setting and in the small group setting, a targeted instruction for additional practice or a reteaching of specific skills. We also scaffold and differentiate instruction so that the students in front of us can learn what they need to learn. So we need to watch and provide formative direct instruction for that small group as needed. We also are following our state frameworks and our standards within each content area. And we have implementation of integration within academics of our PBIS and our SEL. In addition, we are aligned to our California standards for the teaching profession. So those all go into our high quality instruction. Now, what the history of our instructional framework is really important. It started at a coach meeting in 2014 with our CPL instructional coaches and our MLE instructional coaches. We found that sites were engaging in different professional learning around instruction, but there were different terms being used for the same thing. And so in an effort to standardize the vocabulary and the language that we were using around different instructional parts or pieces to our lessons, we began a deep dive into the research around instruction. What makes high quality instruction, and how are these terms defined in research, and what terms are being used? And so we settled on specific terms, and that's where the domain of lesson planning for student success came into the picture. And you can see in 2017 to 2019, we were working on really developing a common language across the district for learning targets and success criteria, student talk, formative assessment and feedback, as well as active participation within lessons. So all of that was developed and formulated in that period of time. And then in 2020, as Katie alluded to earlier, we brought in social emotional learning as another domain, and it was based on the Castle's core competencies that she had mentioned earlier. And then in this year, we have refined all of that into the 3 domains and added, moved things around a bit and added universal access. So that is the history of where the instructional framework has come to today. And we are still in the process of implementing that. We have a lot of supporting staff from multiple departments that come together to provide professional learning. We have program specialists who are administrators who specialize in specific areas, content areas such as math or ELA, but also in educational equity or multilingual education. We have instructional coaches who they supervise and support, who provide that support to teachers at school sites. And we also have technology integration specialists that help us integrate our curriculum and technology into our lessons, as well as curriculum specialists in arts ed and other areas. We have one for induction as well. And then directors and coordinators that support all of that work. So there are a lot of staff behind the Tier 1 instruction. There have been a lot of different professional learning opportunities that we've provided as well. You can see on the screen that we have devoted pre-service to the instructional framework. And the themes and breakout sessions were around, this year in particular, around the instructional framework. Administrators have been receiving instruction for many years on what it sounds like and looks like, so that when they go into classrooms, they know what they're looking for, and they know how to provide actionable feedback to move forward instruction across the district. In the past 2 years, we've been providing regional walkthroughs where administrators from a region, both elementary and secondary, come together and they walk through an elementary school's classrooms and look at the framework for high quality instruction. There's maybe a specific principle they're looking at, and to see how is that showing up in the classroom? What evidence do they notice? And what feedback might they provide to the teacher that's actionable to continue their growth in providing that high quality instruction? This year we're adding to the walkthroughs the vice principals, and also doing some strategic types of walkthroughs with administrators. There are also various trainings that we're offering in the district to build content knowledge for teachers, and there's some examples of them on the screen. One of them is Letters, Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, and this is a 2-year intensive program where teachers learn more about how to provide that targeted instruction and really strong whole group instruction around literacy. We have provided K2 release days for teachers, 2 of them per year, last year and this year, where we're building their numeracy and literacy knowledge, but also we've brought in our occupational therapists to help with gross and fine motor development, and our speech therapists to really help teachers identify when students are having a need in language early on. What can they do in Tier 1 instruction? No need to move it forward, but in the classroom, in that Tier 1 instruction, how can they support? And then we've also provided some training around building secondary literacy. We have students that are in need of literacy instruction at the secondary level, and how can we provide that for them there, as well as oral discourse in science. We know that oral discourse is important not only in ELA, but in science, in social science, in all subject areas, building that oral language. And then also we all have been providing in restorative practices workshops 1 through 4, there have been some restorative circles that revolve around content area, as well as the social discipline window. So those are just a few of the many supporting professional learning we've provided to our staff around Tier 1 instruction. We had mentioned earlier about pre-service, and we focused on our instructional framework and pre-service, but when we think about the lesson planning for student success domain, we implemented that by sending teams from multiple departments out to the school site to provide that initial training to every school site in the district. And then we've also provided opportunities on Saturdays or during the workday for teachers that may be new or did not have an opportunity to attend with their school site. So we have been able to really provide that first instruction around the instructional framework for staff. We have built into several of our pre-services the domain of social emotional learning, and this last pre-service this past July and August was on the universal access domain, both in the keynote as well as in breakout sessions. So we have done a lot of professional learning around the instructional framework. I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy to give you a little bit of research around academics.
Thanks, Patty. So, of course, high-quality first instruction designed to meet learner academic needs is the cornerstone of education. Naturally, approaches vary, but a consensus of the research shows that high-quality first instruction is significantly associated with improved academic achievement for all students. In Elk Grove, pardon me, we monitor implementation of our Tier 1 academic supports through the lens of the instructional framework. We measure implementation via a combination of student and staff surveys and classroom observation data. From our last complete evaluation cycle of the district's teaching and learning program, which corresponded to the 23-24 school year, we find that 58% of our schools are implementing the instructional framework at level 1 and 42% are implementing at level 2. No schools were found to be implementing at a level 3 or 4, which we would consider to be at fidelity. That said, implementation did increase from the prior year as more schools moved up to level 2 from level 1, and preliminary 24-25 data shows that trend continuing. Additionally, a supplementary analysis of individual classrooms found that increased uptake of the 3 professional development modules for teachers regarding the instructional framework was associated with higher ratings of implementation from students. In total, all the evidence we've gathered thus far suggests that the work being done is moving the needle on implementation at our schools in the right direction. We've been conducting impact evaluations of the instructional framework in Elk Grove since 21-22, and the results consistently find that as schools embed the principles of the instructional framework more deeply into their classrooms, we see significantly higher academic achievement, lower suspension rates, more favorable ratings of school climate, and higher self-reported social emotional competencies from students. and I will turn it over to Lorraine to finish up.
All right. So just like I mentioned before, we're looking at the kind of more definition, more than just an overview. You got some historical perspective, you got some data, and what we're doing with staff. And now we're looking at maybe getting more concrete and giving you some more examples. So looking at the student, family, and staff experience of Tier 1, what does it feel like when you're coming from that perspective? For our staff, and we're talking about both classified and certificated. So we've been looking at, we rolled out the MTSS module in 2023. It talked about the why of MTSS and its connection to EGUSD's learning vision. We talked about the scope of what MTSS covers, how each employee, and it was great because we were able to represent people from different areas of school. It wasn't just teachers, because it's not just a teacher thing, it's a whole team. And how each employee supports MTSS and students. I guess I got ahead of myself. So we have examples across the settings on school campuses, and then we also had an overview of Tier 2 and 3. So Patty mentioned we gave you a hard copy of the Instructional Framework Handbook. While that's connected to academics, again, we kind of blur the lines a lot because you can't have high quality instruction without some of these other pieces. So we have the lesson planning elements of lesson planning for student success, but as part of our instructional framework with academics, we literally have a section that calls out the SEL competencies because we need those for our students, and we'll be showing you examples of this. And then universal access, we really refined that this year. We talked about inclusive practices, cognitive demand, because when we don't have attention to standards and we don't have rigor, we create systemically opportunity gaps and achievement gaps. So we need to make sure that we're thinking about the cognitive demand. We're paying attention to the standards and we're not lowering expectations. And phases of instruction is really important for us to model for kids and give them opportunities to collaborate. So those are key pieces. And it makes sense that behavior problems would go down when we have really high quality of instruction. So here's an example. This was taken from a Laguna Creek High School. When you look at this, you actually have on one high school teacher's board all 3 of those MTSS domains. Hey, we're BFFs Wednesday. And so there's gonna be a greeting. This harkens back to what Katie was talking about as far as a warm welcome. So there's an activity. There's an academic objective or learning target. I will be able to explain the economic impacts of World War II on the US and Canada. And then we also have PBIS reflected there with respectful, engaged, and dedicated, and what that looks and sounds like in this teacher's classroom. So this is an idea that these, while we define them in 3 domains, they are constant, I'm not Italian, but I should be with all that I talk with my hands. But they become very integrated. So we're going to show you a couple videos, and then you're not done getting a chance to have an opportunity to participate yourself. So this video we're going to look at, it is a 12th grade AP literature class. Well, you'll have 3. Then we're going to look at a 6th grade academic restorative circle, and then we'll have an activity for you. So for the AP Lit class, here's what you're going to see and hear. They were discussing Ralph Ellison's The Invisible Man, and there was a focus on symbolism having to do with partial blindness. The teacher is highlighting the importance of preparing students for engaging in hard conversations, exploring their ideas in small groups, and being comfortable with taking risks and making mistakes. So as you listen to her, think about what we've talked about already through the lens of academic, social, emotional learning, and behavior, and see how you can pick up pieces of that in just the way she's discussing their class.
I always try to give them a heads up and say that we don't avoid hard things in here. It's about learning how to face and deal with challenging topics. I keep them moving pretty quickly in here. There's not a lot of downtime, and so I frequently give them less time than they need, with the understanding that if they want more, they can always ask for more.
How much time? Show me with hands. How many minutes?
In all my classes, it's really important for kids to know that they can take risks and know that this is a safe place to do that. One of the things I yell at the kids all the time is that if you're gonna be wrong in a blaze of glory, right? Commit to something. We can then discuss, and if your idea needs to go in a different direction, then we can work that out together. It's always exciting when you have a kid that has felt anxious about raising their hand and they have an idea and want to share. I think you get more of that when they're in groups because they feel safe talking to a few people and fleshing out ideas before they share with the class.
Is there anyone that we learned something specifically about in the Brotherhood as a result? Oh, light bulb, go, let's hear it. That Brother Jack has a glass eye. Boom, why is that important? He's half blind. It is, he's half blind, but how many eyes does he have? One, just like a... Single story. No.
All right. So it was just a quick clip, and actually that was actually part of the MTSS presentation that was done that we referenced earlier. But when you look through the academic lens, from our instructional framework, you see evidence of active participation and student talk and norms being set up for that. You see standards line instruction, there's a speaking listening standard 1, there's reading and literature standard 1, actually there's a little bit of, there's another one, language standard 5. When we look at SEL and we look at the relationships and the skills that her classroom builds, this mutual respect, that awareness, self-awareness, and making things safe for students to talk, self-management, figuring out ways to make sure that students feel encouraged to take a risk, and that the worst thing that happens is you successfully eliminate a wrong answer, right? If you're wrong, it's the idea of risk-taking is how we learn. And then she's got behavioral pieces in there. She's got effective, for Sheldon High School, and that's where she's from, effective communicators who demonstrate effective speaking and listening skills specific to classroom and real world. That was part of that activity. They also call out on their PBIS, collaborative and productive workers who manage time effectively. You heard a reference to pacing and regard reflection and effective questioning as tools for success. So in that one quick little snippet, you see all these pieces, and that's why we wanted to get more in depth and showing classroom activities, because otherwise MTSS sounds like a theoretical kind of like umbrella, but it lives and breathes in all of our classrooms. So our next one we're going to look at is 6th grade, and this was part of a restorative, it's an academic restorative listening circle, and you're going to hear kids reflecting on what they were talking about from The Bear That Wasn't. That was the film that they read. Okay, I didn't do it. It's just me. No. Slideshow. There we go. All right, so back to students. You're going to hear students making connections to their own identity. So this is 6th grade.
After reading The Bear That Wasn't, we discussed what problems did the bear face.
After reading The Bear That Wasn't, we discussed that the society can affect the way you think about yourself.
After reading The Bear That Wasn't, we discussed how society can affect your opinion on yourself and your identity.
After reading The Bear That Wasn't, we discussed how society can affect your opinion about yourself, and it can affect the way you live.
In the listening circle we had after reading the story, we practiced listening to each other. Miss Moslin helped us learn empathy.
Miss Moslin helped us learn to never listen to what society says about yourself.
If you listen to what other people think about you, it makes the other person feel like you have more, like they have more power than you do over yourself. We also completed our own identity flags because we wanted to tell and show about our identity.
We wanted to show our classmates stuff about ourselves. For example, I put down these stuff. This one, I put it down because I love my family and my pets. And I put this flag down because this is the country my dad is from. I put San and Rio down because it's my favorite characters.
I want people to know that other people's opinions don't matter. Just be yourself. Just say, like, to trust in yourself. Like, just believe and don't believe what other people say about them. Just be yourself.
I want to, but know that it's okay to be you.
I want people to know that you shouldn't let society tell you who you are because you can lose yourself in the process.
Because before this, I used to think that I was like trash at basketball, or because other people would tell me that, and I learned I can't listen to other people tell me. I can only listen to I think about myself.
In my own life, I used to think that I used to put society's opinions over my own, and I would be scared to wear the clothes I wanted to wear that had a lot of color in it for fear that I would get judged and be called childish.
I want people to know to never listen to the society, because if you do, it will just affect your life, and all you'll be thinking about is that. Think positive ideas, not negative.
So pretty hopeful words from some sixth graders, although that poor child who's supporting the Kings right now is probably having a tough year. But I'm just saying he's having a tough year. I feel for him. I'm empathetic. So, because I'm self-aware and I'm managing my emotions. So there we go. It's constantly learning, right? So when we look at that little clip, the focus, while there was a book being read, right? But it transcended just the academic column. Academically, we were talking about active participation, student talk. Again, we were focused on standards online instruction with both speaking and listening, and reading literature standard 2 has to do with the theme. You saw self-awareness, specifically about identity being highlighted there. There was definitely social awareness. Understanding that the world might try to tell you some things, but you got to believe in yourself. And then at Raymond Case, their PBIS focuses on, one of their things focuses on respectful. So we'll listen while others speak, and we will speak courteously. That's part of how that gets integrated. All right, now we come to the active participation area, and I'm going to call up my colleagues to help me with this. So we have an activity for you. And I'm going to ask, will you, there happen to be 9 of you on the board. And so we're going to ask you to be in groups of 3. And so if you will help pass that out, we'll each person take a color. So you'll have one color only of blocks. So this is an activity, this is something that came from, I think it was one of our math generation strategies, this from years ago. But this activity itself, it's going to focus on supporting participation of all members of the group, because we want to make sure that all students are talking. We don't want to make education voluntary. We want to make sure education is for E4, not S4. We're going to encourage building ideas upon each other's ideas, and we're really developing equity of voice and discussion. But, and we'll be asking you, we'll give you some prompts related to MTSS, related to things that you've heard. You can bring in your prior knowledge, but we want to make sure that you feel safe. So part of phases of instruction is modeling. So the 4 of us are going to model first what we're going to ask you to do. So it's a color cube protocol. So everybody has a single color cube. We're going to ask each person to participate, and when you participate, you're going to either put a cube on top of somebody else's or next to somebody else's. If you are commenting and building on the conversation that came before you, you're going to stack it on top of their block. If you are adding a new idea, starting a new kind of thread of the conversation, you're going to set it to the side. Everyone must add 1 cube before members add their 2nd cube, so we make sure everybody has a conversation. We are going to model with a non-MTSS topic, but I'm going to, like I said, give you a precursor that yours will have be based on MTSS. So our topic is using our knowledge of daylight savings time. Discuss, should we continue the practice of changing clocks, why or why not? So I think the best way, I'm going to ask us to maybe be right here, since you can't see. And can we just talk loudly? Because I don't think we'll be able to get the. All right. So should we continue daylight savings time? Any ideas? Anybody want to start?
You all know I have strong feelings about this because I do not like morning times, and it's even harder for me when it's dark. So I prefer we stay on Pacific Daylight Time when it's lighter and later.
I don't care what system we're on, but I don't think we should be changing, especially in the spring, because that's oftentimes associated with excess mortality, and so it could be killing people.
Well, so I heard, yes, stay the same. You don't care. I think I would prefer to stay with the rest of the country because I believe that there are only 2 states who don't participate in this. So I think it'd be easier for travel. So I'm going to go with stay the same.
I agree with Katie. I don't like daylight savings time. It messes up my sleep schedule, and I just rather have more light in the evening after work. So I'm kind of on her.
2 against 1, I win. Just kidding, that's not necessarily.
I don't think it's winning. So could I propose that maybe your block goes over here?
Oh,
Because it
sure.
wasn't about us keeping score.
Sorry.
Okay, so we'll put
All
your
right,
block
so
right next to it.
again, I just really like daylight in the evening too. Yeah.
Okay. So that's just a little piece, right? You're either building on ideas or there's an idea adjacent to what's being said. That's how you're going to build your blocks. Have I created or have we created through our modeling any questions for you? Okay, so you don't have to do this. We're not asking you to do this with microphones or anything like this. We're going to ask you just to participate in this activity. So here is your prompt. Using your knowledge of the MTSS Tier 1 systems and interventions, please discuss one of the following, or more than one. It's your choice. Something I heard that squares with what I already know. Dad joke, but I'm not a dad. Questionings I have circling in my head, or 3 points I want to remember. Go ahead and have a conversation around MTSS with one of those prompts. About 30 more seconds. When you haven't built on somebody's idea but offered like taking the conversation maybe a different path. I'm going to ask that you draw your conversations to a close, and I hate interrupting because you are clearly still talking. Go ahead and thank your partners for your conversation. Everybody else, this is a beautiful example of engagement that we love. Okay. So I'm going to bring us back together, please. Thank you so much for your engagement. Really, really appreciate that. If we were in a classroom, part of this activity, we would be debriefing the conversation itself. Because on the one hand, we want student talk because student talk, any talk, actually, I'll just talk about learner talk. When we produce language, when we talk, it helps solidify our learning. And so you are always a lovely audience, but you sit for a long time and don't get to participate very often. So this is an opportunity to try and take something that's so important for our district and own it in a different kind of way. So, like I said, in classroom, we would be debriefing, we'd be calling out specific things having to do with good behaviors, norms, that kind of thing. As far as debriefing this activity, you just engaged in speaking and listening standard 1, which is engage effectively in a range of collaborative discussions, building on one others' ideas and expressing their own clearly. The blocks visually represent that. So the blocks help with that SEL aspect, that self-awareness. Because I don't know about you, it might shock you, but as a child, I was a yapper. Like I love to talk, and when I wasn't talking, I was just waiting for people to quiet so I can get my idea in there. I don't know if any of you like that, but I wasn't a good listener. And so now, really that self-awareness and then self-management, being aware that I need to respond and listen to other people's ideas instead of listening for silence as my opening. It affects relationships that way. If we were using our PBIS from Toby Johnson, the idea of being respectful, and being kind, that turn-taking makes a big difference. So when we just mentioned the staff, we've mentioned kids and kind of what they experience. Our families, this is how they might experience Tier 1. Family, teacher, academic team, they might be involved in coming in for that. Part of a wellness series, we have that happening at schools. The different communications that come out through our district office or sites. Back to school night. They're invited to be part of that process. Parent-teacher conferences, communication of progress reports, report cards, parent phone calls, newsletters, even interactions about drop-off and pickup. Those are kind of what we were looking at from the family experience of MTSS, because for the most part, it's our students who are in our class. And so now, we'll pick up the blocks later, but now I'd like to go back to Patty to bring us home.
So this morning you've had an opportunity to do a deep dive into SEL, into behavior and academics in the Tier 1 setting, and you had an opportunity to see and experience how the three come together when we talk about high quality instruction. And we're going to talk right now about the Tier 1 review process. So how can we be assured that all students have what they need with Tier 1? What does that look like? One of the things that people might mistake is that MTSS is for students who are not thriving in school. But really, MTSS is for all students. Day 1, when students go to school on that first day of class, they're experiencing Tier 1 instruction, MTSS, and we've hopefully gave you a good picture of what that looks like today with both small and whole group instruction as well as differentiation. But this is where Tier 1 review comes into play. When what a Tier 1 review is an opportunity to look back at what is happening with Tier 1 instruction. And let me give you a very clear definition of what happens in a Tier 1 review. A Tier 1 review is where there may be a concern for a student, and it's clearly identified in that Tier 1 review. There may be some interventions, Tier 1 interventions that have happened over the last 6 weeks. So we talk about what were the things that were tried, what were those interventions that we did within the classroom, and how did the student respond to those interventions? And then we want to make sure that we've involved the parents in that concern and that they're aware of that. So those are the 4 main things that happen in a Tier 1 review. Now, as we've gone to elementary schools to talk about MTSS, and we will soon be going to secondary schools to really talk about processes for MTSS, we've tried to do 2 things. One, to standardize specific things around our district, and to personalize some things around our district. And so one of the things that is going to be standardized is that we want every school site to have a Tier 1 review at some point if a student's not thriving. But what's personalized is how that might look at each site. How does this Tier 1 review look? And so I'm going to give you some examples of that. A Tier 1 review at an elementary school might look like a co-op cast meeting. This is a meeting that happens at different times during the year where a teacher comes and shares their concerns about students or things that are going well with their students with a team of people at the school site. That could involve an administrator, an instructional coach, specialists, education specialists perhaps, an SLP perhaps, any wellness provider perhaps, whoever is on that team. And they might share they might have conversations about students about what their concerns might be, and the team might give them some other Tier 1 interventions that they might want to try, or that the team might have some other suggestions for them. So the other example is at a middle school. Some middle schools might have team meetings on a weekly basis. This is where teachers see the same group of students in different periods during the day. And so they all know the same group of students. And so a counselor might join them, and they may have conversations about students that they're noticing are having some struggles with progress in their class. And they're wondering, is anyone else noticing this? And they might together brainstorm some Tier 1 interventions that might be happening with that student. It might be at a school site where the Tier 1 review is done by a single point person. Maybe it's a wellness provider, maybe it's an administrator, maybe it's an education specialist, whoever it might be that the site designates for them to have this conversation with, again, the 4 things. They will talk about what their concern is, what interventions have been tried over the past 6 or so weeks, how did the student respond, how did we involve the parent in this concern. So that's an example of, those are examples of the team of how that Tier 1 review looks. Now, again, the Tier 1 review might be, here are some strategies, try these. Or have you tried small group? That sort of thing. Here's some examples of Tier 1 instructional strategies. We've talked about some of them today already, but it might be that targeted small group instruction. It might be that extra time to complete an assignment in academics. But in SEL, it might be a community circle or a peace corner. We've talked about peace corners today. For behavior, it might be that conscious effort to provide a 5-to-1 ratio between positive and corrective comments. So you can see how those additional strategies might work. But there might be a time where in that Tier 1 review, we can see that the teacher has tried everything, anything and everything we can think of. And now we need to go to a broader group of experts to provide some other interventions for that student. And that is where a request for assistance comes into play. And in this request for assistance, the teacher would show the Tier 1 interventions that were tried, how the student responded, and the Tier 2 team then would take a look at that student carefully and see if they could suggest perhaps some Tier 2 or 3 interventions that would support that particular student. And that brings us to spotlight number 3, which will be coming your way in the future, where we want to give some examples of Tier 2 and 3 support. We want to show how would a student move into Tier 2 and Tier 3 services, and what is that experience like for the family in terms of Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. So with that, we want to invite you to ask any questions that we might have created for you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, before we get to that, Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yeah, good morning. We don't have any blue card on this item.
Very well. Then, board members, questions and comments. I'll start with Ms. Baldwin.
So we just came back from our conference, which was really helpful, and had a great opportunity to sit in on some sessions regarding special education and have some meaningful conversations with staff. Just looking at how do we make some, movement in special education to create more meaningful opportunities for the Tier 1, right? That we have a lot of, I think, of the things that you presented on and shared with my small group up here is that to be really successful in that Tier 1, it really requires you to be able to engage in a very neurotypical way. And our neurodivergent kids have to really, they need some additional support. So I know that bumps them in the Tier 2, but how do we find more opportunities for them to utilize their Tier 2 supports, but keep them in that high quality instruction piece of what's really foundational in the MTSS our model here, so that it's very inclusive, it's very meaningful, and it still allows for neurodivergent kids to be their authentic self.
Was that a question?
Oh, excellent question. And I want to emphasize that a student isn't always, in fact, very rarely fully in Tier 2 or Tier 3, right? They have some needs in Tier 2 and some needs in Tier 3, but they also have some areas in which they can be very successful in Tier 1 with the right accommodations and supports, just as you pointed out. So what we do is strive to see the varying needs of students and make sure we're not wholly putting them into one tier, and so that we're moving them in and out of environments with those different levels of support. So we might be able to provide accommodations in the general education setting for a student in the area of social emotional learning or behavior, but in academics, they need a higher level of support. So they're typically in a self-contained classroom, but for activities such as PE or art or band, where it's less academic rigor, we can have them come back to the Tier 1 environment with the right supports. We also are working really hard with our self-contained classrooms and the teachers and staff in there to identify exactly what is Tier 1 in those classrooms, because those classrooms should also have universal supports and clear expectations and positive acknowledgments and social emotional learning opportunities. Does that answer your question?
I think it's a good start. I'm just really excited for us to see how far we can go with looking at really supporting our kiddos that have a hard time with the social, right? The SEL part really requires you to be able to be aware of body language, be aware of social settings that are not for a neurotypical brain, essentially, like those, it's not as, black and white. It's not as clear. And so being able to navigate those spaces, and I think I love that we're taking an approach where we're really looking at providing support and training to the adults in our system so that they, because oftentimes what I find is it's just kind of like, almost like you feel like you have to be a rocket scientist just to really work with kids with special needs, and you don't. At the end of the day, they're kids. And there's sometimes, I think, a lacking of confidence at times. But really, if you have a heart for kids, you're going to have a heart for these kiddos too. And just because they present differently because of their, whatever their needs are, it doesn't take away from the fact that they too are highly capable of learning, and giving them an opportunity to like engage in that high quality instruction really blows people away. And so I'm really excited to see that development of SEL and our tiered system to really support holistically, adults and kiddos. The other thing that I find really interesting is this still relatively new to us, it seems like, and so we do see from a data perspective that we have lower percentage of implementation with fidelity, but comparing that to where we started with PBIS, it took 5 to 6 years to really kind of like take time, learn it, and I imagine that's what it's going to take with MTSS. And so in 3 years, 4 years from now, I think we're really going to start to see some great data on how this approach to supporting all kids is really going to give us some really good ideas of where we go next. I'm really excited for our young ones. I think they're really going to show us what this investment is doing for them. And I love when we talk about MTSS because I do see this as like our first approach to really supporting all kids and how you wrap around services that will allow the kiddos that need a little bit extra support to really engage with their peers in a very meaningful way. I think that's all I have for now. Really excited to keep learning on this, and particularly how we support our adults in the system with it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. In their last presentation on MTSS, it was mentioned that we implemented this system because it was evidence-based, but we did not share, specific data to our district as to if the MTSS has improved student outcomes and so forth. And I feel that today the attempt to share data was very vague. And that is concerning to me. It was shared from multiple studies, general studies of, again, why we implemented these programs. And then when it was at the end of each section, you gave some general outcomes without specific data. And so I was just wondering if you could share some of that data. I think page 17 to start with on SEL. I think that's what I wrote down for SEL. Like, do you have some schools that, you share the different levels of fidelity? Do you have, or page 19? For example, the higher academic achievements in mathematics. Do we have any schools that you could share examples of that, please?
So I don't have at hand the specific schools that are in the levels that we delineated. I could look into ways that we could get a full report of their outcomes and levels of implementation. If that would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if we're going to say that we have higher academic achievements in mathematics, then I want to see that. I want to see examples of that, so I know that it's effective. And then with PBIS, I think with PBIS they weren't given specific academic outcome, or that was not one of the data points that were shared. But with the instructional framework, it was shared that we had improved outcomes with, I think, ELA and math. Do we have data for that, examples?
So the way that we analyze the effectiveness in our local impact evaluations is that we're measuring implementation every school, right? Because it's not like turning on a light switch. where like a program comes on or off. It's more like a dimmer switch, where, through significant investment and resources, we steadily increase implementation from having nothing to hopefully a program where everybody's implementing with fidelity. And so, because not everybody's doing that, and we've got variation in the degree to which people are implementing these programs within our schools within a given year, what we're doing is we're looking at those differences in implementation and seeing if they're associated with differences in outcome. And so we talk about it being associated with higher academic achievement in ELA and math. What we're doing is we're looking at the ELA outcomes for all of our schools. We're looking at the implementation from the teaching and learning program at those schools. And we're seeing if an association exists. And so when we confirm that there's a significant association there, those were the effect sizes and the correlations that I was reporting out in the SEL slides. So that's the type of evidence that we have when we're making these claims about the relationship between implementation of program and outcomes.
Okay, so you don't have actual data then supporting that the instructional framework is producing higher academic achievements for us?
So for a clarification, the idea that student achievement data, and then then we look at the implementation and the level of implementation. And what Jeremy's speaking to is, and we can do, at least it gives us this breaks this down, because when you talk about effect sizes and those kinds of things, they're difficult things to understand. But what he's showing is where we have high implementation, we have higher performance. That exists. It's early for the framework as opposed to PBIS because it's been in place longer. But to be able to speak to effect sizes and those kinds of things, they're challenging to speak to, but we can provide that information. But those relationships exist. So we do. So I don't want to just say we don't have the data. We do have the data.
Yeah, and if just for a second, because the question is a good one. How do we know what we're doing and how do we know what we're doing is working? Those are really important questions. And part of the challenge we have, we're not hiding data, we have the data. Katie was just going to stand up because Miwok Village is an example. We look at their SEL implementation, their instructional framework implementation, and then we look at their SBAC score, or their test scores, and they're higher than state averages. And so what does that mean? The other piece of this is that we're relatively early on, for example, in the SEL world. PBIS has been around for a while, so when we're looking at those correlation coefficients, we can be increasingly comfortable and confident in the relationship, the R factor. My reason actually for standing up is because part of the challenge for us is what information do we provide in roughly 90 minutes to give enough questions and enough information? And I say this respectfully, it's not as if we're splitting atoms, it's not that, but it can be rather complex and we can fill slides with data. And I welcome the board. There are some board members here. Ms. Albiani, for example, just an example, she's spent time, I'm not saying others haven't, but we would welcome opportunities to meet with us, and we'll then take the time. We can sit down and show you exactly, because when we talk about the relationships and how we're evaluating programs, we refer to program implementation continuum, a PIC. We don't say it's an evaluation. What we do is we look at the level of implementation and then we lay that over, so PBIS will lay that data over the top of exclusionary suspension data. Our theory of action is increased levels of implementation of PBIS should reduce the number of disciplinary infractions in a school. And we map that out. What we haven't shared with you is exactly what are those components. How are we breaking down those programs? We welcome the opportunity to sit down with any of you and show you exactly how we break those down, exactly what that data is, and how we go about doing that. And so it's a great question, but part of the reason that we aren't filling up these slides with data is because we'd be here all day long. And it could get very, very confusing, but we welcome the opportunity to demonstrate how we're evaluating programs and then how those programs are being implemented and the relationship between those programs and student outcomes.
Okay, well, I've been on the board for a year, and this is something I continue to ask for, is that when we present on our instructional framework and the MTSS, when we present on these things, that we should be able to have data to show that these are effective, because student outcomes are important, and like I said, I asked for that in the last presentation, and I'm disappointed that it was not included in this presentation. I'll come back to that in a minute, but I did just want to talk for a minute about PBIS. I know that positive reinforcements are important for students. They go a long way, but I do want to say that I think we need to be careful that we're not shying away from proper consequences for students, because as it was mentioned, consequences help students to learn from their mistakes. And so we need to be careful that we're not decreasing consequences and in turn imposing consequences on other students. And some examples of that are with bullying, which can turn to violence, disruption in classrooms, which has been shared with me by students, parents, and staff, that is a real issue. Disruption in classrooms, vaping in our restrooms is not properly addressed. Vandalizing in our restrooms is not properly addressed. And again, when we don't properly address these issues, we're punishing everyone with disruptive classrooms, with closing our restrooms. When bullying isn't properly addressed, it can be very violent, and we've seen instances of that. So we just have to be really careful. Yes, positive reinforcement is a good thing, but consequences have their place in our schools to help students learn effectively, to help teachers effectively run their classrooms, and to keep our campuses safe and restrooms open, because kids deserve that. So I just wanted to touch on that for a moment. And then, just coming back to what I was originally saying, you talked about, we are investing a significant amount of resources into the MTSS. And so that's why it's important to me that we do have data, and it should be presented. This is a public meeting, not just for the board, but for the public. They deserve to know that the way we're spending their tax dollars is effective for their students. And as Delia mentioned, we recently had a CSBA conference, and one of the workshops that I attended was focused on improving student outcomes. And they specifically highlighted districts and schools that and they shared real data and evidence to prove that their methods were effective. For example, one school improved their math CAF scores by 17% in only 3 years. And that's just one example. They also talked about graduation rates, CAF scores at all the schools that they highlighted, and absenteeism rates. Those are real data points that showed that the way they were implementing their instructional framework was effective, and that is what I would like to see. So again, I respectfully ask that we share specific data and metrics to indicate the success of these programs, and if they're effective, then the data should speak for itself. Again, we are an academic institution, so we should have real data to support the effectiveness of this program. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Ballerini.
Good morning. Baldwin, Ballerini, whatever. First of all, I want to thank you for including classified staff in all of these trainings, because you're right. Sometimes the most important person to that one child in the school is the custodian or the library tech or somebody in the office, and it's important, or maybe even the yard duty. They're all out there. Whatever works to get the kids to feel connected to the school is what's important, and for them to understand that they're included in the training kind of helps them with their self-esteem as well. So that's that. And on page 32, you talked about, you don't have to scroll to it, it's okay. You talked about the regional walkthrough calibration that you guys do. So I was at Franklin picking up my grandkids one day, and I heard some teachers talking about the next day that there were going to be a group of administrators coming through and seeing all of the different things that all of the administrators from like my specific area, Area 6, were going to tour different schools. And I was like, oh my God, I would love to be a part of that. So I'm putting that out there. Some of us may want to be a part of that, some of us may not, but it would be wonderful to know. And if you planned it, a year in advance, that's even better, because then I can put it on my calendar and know what I want. I would love to see through other administrator eyes what they're seeing and to hear their comments. Because when I go to tour school, it's me see, I'm Italian. I really am Italian, so whatever. I see what I think I see, but I like to see what other people are thinking as well. So there's that. Let's see. Oh, the last thing is we were also handed out the Tier 1 interventions checklist, and on there it says these are interventions that are expected to be tried for at least 4 to 6 weeks prior to submitting a request for assistance. Now, it used to be kindergarten was our first look at the kids, at the students when they come to the school. Now we've got TK, we've got some 3-year-olds out there. Mind you, my daughter's a TK teacher, so do I hear this a lot? Yes. So just understand where my knowledge base is. I just know that sometimes 4 to 6 weeks for a kid to have in TK when they are just disrupting the classroom all the time, or they're just not sure about what's going on, that's a long time. Is there any way to speed that type of work up?
I think we're going to get to it in number 3, but
okay.
There are exceptions, right? You have a child that transfers into the school, and after the first day, you realize we need to put things in place right now, or this child is not going to be successful. So you call a team together and you have an SST meeting immediately. So while we're going to be talking about the process, because every student's different, every situation is different, and we talked about perhaps a death in the family, we're not going to wait 4 to 6 weeks. For that, we're going to immediately have support out and provide. So we'll talk more about it in Spotlight number 3, but that's pretty much what will happen. So don't think that a TKer is going to sit there for 6 weeks if they need support right away. We have mechanisms in place for that.
Perfect. I will partake that information out there.
I'm just going to add to that awesome response and say that the teachers can ask for coaching at any time as well. So a request for assistance is the specific process we'll get into next time. But if they want coaching from the behavior support specialist, from the counselor, from the instructional coach, that is available on day 1 to implement some of those Tier 1 practices that you see on that list.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I was at the dinner where Bethany Hancock was named Teacher of the Year, and it's funny, when she got up and made her speech, she, poor Mr. Hoffman, she said that to her, the most important thing in the classroom is the social emotional learning stuff, that the kids being kind to one another, understanding how to work together, all of that is the most important thing. And I know this is going to be a surprise to everyone in here, but that's always been my thing way back when, that they can learn math, they can learn all of those things or not, but if they feel safe in the classroom, if they understand how to interact with others, they're going to get much further in life. If they understand how it works, that if you don't do your homework, you're not going to make honor roll. Things like that that are explained. I've seen some really awesome teachers out there do some awesome things, and I just think it's important for them to have the base to know that it is important that you are kind to that student on the playground, that the ball went by you and you stopped it and handed it back, rather than going, oh, sucks to be you, you got to chase the ball. they're like that sometimes, and you think, what? Why can't you just be nice to one another? Anyway, there's that. I think, let's see, you wanted to, yep, that's all my lovely highlighted things. So I'm gonna let Michael take over.
Thank you very much. Ms. Yang.
Good morning to everyone here. I want to start by saying that to do anything that is this significant, it starts with the vision. And we hope to get really good student outcome. But in between those two, there's a lot of work and continue improvement work. And sometimes it's going to feel like it's regressing, and then we're going to make more progress. So with that said, thank you for the presentation. I want to start with giving you and the team some kudos, and then I will give some recommendations. So I wanted to start saying thank you for the team to present this comprehensive presentation that shows a lot of good work in there. But before I start further, I wanted to read this slide, slide 9. And I think this is the most important slide to start this whole thing here. So EGUSD learning vision. Every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. MTSS is the framework for how we realize that goal. I mean, that sums it all, right? So I love that you guys laid it out. They're very obvious on the different tiers, which is 3 tiers, the percentage from one tier to the next. Obviously, the first tier is a lot of students getting help and with it, and then the intensive tier, which is tier 3, a lot less, which is a good thing. So thank you for that. I love the fact that the team presented some videos from the teachers and then also the students in the classroom. And what I love most was that the students provided interviews, testimonies, just to really identify their issues and what they learned from this program and what they're going to carry on forward to better themselves. And one of the ones that I wrote it down is self-identity, right? And I think that is the most important for younger students, because with that awareness of who they are, as far as their background, their culture, their language, and their identity, right? I think that sets a concrete foundation for them. So I think that is great, because a lot of them could be very confusing. And I think that itself, it creates that internal fights, internal kind of scarcity of this and that. And it just creates that battle of, instead of absorbing information, you have that internal battle. So that's great work. So with that said, there's a lot of great things here. I really do appreciate you all. And, you know, to really close that gap, you know, it's not so much of what we haven't done only, but what we are doing, but how could we improve on it, right? So how could we do it in a larger scale? How could we do it more? How could we affect more people? I think that's very critical too. So it's not always just about the thing that we haven't done, you know? So the thing that we already done, that I think that could scale on it and make it more even efficient, So this comes to my recommendation to make things better. So let's talk about that video, right? Those videos. So for me, because we are helping all students in elementary, middle school, and high school, I would love to see in the future to include the students in middle school, high school as well, because the previous or the videos that will show were elementary, right? Correct?
One was an AP English course. It was a high school 12th grade class.
Okay, great. So just be a little bit more inclusive. So that falls into do it more because it's really good, right? So that's one of them. And really for me, I just like it to stretch out in that sense of, from the beginning of the students that took the program to the middle of it and at the end. So it could be senior, right? So whatever earliest grades that they took this program or knowing that they take this program all the way to the middle and, at the end, which is senior years. Just wanted to see that. And I also wanted to see be inclusive as far as the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, right? So have those testimony from students as well. And I think that is really kind of very transparent, to anybody really, to the board members, to the parents, to the staff, and to whoever that sees it and hears it, right? So I want to see that, right? So that to me is being inclusive. Now, as far as the data go, I think that we don't have to deep dive on the data to every one of them, but having a slide or two on the presentation, it won't hurt. But I do not recommend to deep dive on the data that will take hours and hours on it as well. So Mr. Cerruti, he made his point. I heard him. And of course, I too recommend for me and any one of my colleagues to talk to the team to really deep dive on it. That I get it. So with that said, I just want to say thank you. Job well done, and this is very important work. Some students need more than others, but we are very inclusive. So I just want to say thank you, and look forward to hear more from you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani.
Thank you for the presentation. I think these have been excellent in a way of catching everybody up and getting us all on the same page, which is really important. I just had a few comments about each section. In SEL, during a school visit this year, I was able to walk in on someone giving an SEL lesson and was just so impressed at the completely age-appropriate kindness, empathy, teaching in the right language, and the students focused, and it's just, and the teachers in the classroom. So we talk about teaching our students and teaching our teachers, and they're paying attention, and I think we're catching that wave, and it's really exciting, and it was so great to happen to see it just in a visit. So, of course, I'm concerned. I want those numbers to grow. I also often say we're not a speedboat, we're a cruise ship, and so it takes us a long time to turn. And I have had to sit through the PBIS growth, and that was hard to watch and to grow as well because I saw how good it is. So I know it will come, and anything we can do to help get that there. I appreciate, I encourage teachers, whatever it takes. PBIS, I love the point that we're a teaching institution, and we're not a punishment institution. And appropriate consequences are important, and that is why we have a discipline matrix, and that separates teaching from discipline. And I think if anything is a concern, that's where you go back to look at a discipline matrix, and we don't change what we're doing to love on kids and make them feel included in their classrooms. I think that is in a separate place, and it has been put there on purpose due to some things that have happened in the past, and I think it's the right place right now. The instructional framework, when I taught, I would have loved this. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. Like, how do you succeed? You know what you're after. And we give kids learning targets, and we're giving adults learning targets and the supports to get there. And so I really appreciate that. As part of SEL teaching, I think teaching and understanding of neurodiversity, I imagine there's a thread of that in what we're teaching and is an important factor. I have a child that was in a school that was small enough, everybody knew him, and he did things a little differently. And he would, if things got stressful, he would speak in an English accent. And so, like, some people thought that was disrespectful, some people did not. And it was a lot about understanding. And so to have a teacher punish him and yell at him for it instead of understand him was a different game. Sorry. I think bringing OT and speech into release days is amazing because you teach, thanks, you teach people how to see what needs help and what doesn't need help. And as adults, we have to be better for that. Listening to hear, not to answer, contradict, or one-up somebody is a skill I imagine a lot of us in this room can learn. I love how when we look at each one of these, 2 result in higher achievement, 3 result in lower exclusion, and 3 result in better climate. Because once we accomplish that, the academics will follow, I 100% believe. I want to caution, we don't want to call out specific schools. Calling out a specific school in public is damaging to the students, it's damaging to the staff, it's damaging to morale. It is, as a board, we are looking at a whole, and I encourage board members, if you want to know about a specific school, go visit it. No one's hiding anything from you, but we are not here to call people out in public, and that's really a concern. I have talked to schools, and as they bring up their reading, their math comes up. I mean, it's just, it all comes together. And so we might be focusing on learning, on tracking math right now, but it's if they're getting better at that, they're getting better at everything. And I think that's really, I know that as a teacher. I think a challenge is to always get enough time with staff. PLCs are a great asset we have for our teachers. Pre-service, I wish pre-service could be a week long. I mean, we just trying to get this all in, and teachers also doing all their work. I can't discredit how much that is, but I hope they see the value as when they get better with these, as our students get better with these and they get better with these, teaching becomes easier and teaching becomes more exciting. And then as a teacher, teaching becomes more fun, and everybody likes that because school should be fun. The videos are great, I agree. They're great examples and let us see real things. When I was visiting principals this year, they talked about their walkthroughs, and I think having, I love the process we've gone through to make sure that our principals are well trained in these things so they can be the first resource on site, and you talk about needing something, and then they can help bring in other resources to support what's needed. And I know those principals and vice principals are making those walks and watching and looking, and we're gonna learn to get better together. I've always said, we're not out there to catch a teacher or get a got you on anybody. We're out there to find out what you need. And so please, as a teacher, ask for help. I asked for help as a teacher when I was one. Ooh, when you first start, you definitely need it. I think that's all my notes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for presentation. You said the classified staff are getting training. Can you explain where and when they get this training?
So for the MTSS overview training, the hour-long video where everyone sees where they fit into MTSS and then kind of understands the basics was a video presentation that was done via Zoom. It was part of the DEI required courses. The other courses we offer that are optional for salary credit or advancement, I think that's the same thing, actually, are also often via Zoom, simply because the district is so large that getting somewhere can be difficult. But we've hosted Saturday trainings here in the boardroom, our trauma-informed education, for example, that's open to all staff members on a Saturday for compensation because of the grant we got. So we do the best we can to meet people where they are, literally and figuratively.
Just keep in mind, we do have a group of staff that doesn't get salary credit, or, we need to find ways to encourage them to be a part of it also.
Yeah. We held, also for the instructional framework, we held modules where it was specifically paraeducators who came. And so it was nice to have kind of job-alike where we could address, given their role, how do they fit into the instructional framework when they're not doing the lesson planning too. So I wanted to add that.
But if we could just also include, reach out to our custodians, office staff. There's a lot of people on campuses that kids connect with that will need this training too and might not realize this training is available. So I'd like that. One statement that came out of our activity was regarding fidelity to the process and it being done uniformly, and you did answer that at one point. And while we're measuring the results of the different ways they're being implemented and what comes out of that, the data that comes out of that, do we have a plan to try to pull it together and create uniformity across our schools? Because sometimes I know our schools go in different ways and it's taught different ways, and if we move students around, it can be confusing or we can lose them totally.
I'm sorry, I need clarification. Uniformity in terms of?
That we're doing it all the same way. The different schools aren't.
We're working on that. So that's where that implementation, because we're in a continuum where some have implemented more deeply and across their site more effectively than others. And so that's part of it. That's part of the goal. It's even, I believe Patty, when she was talking about historical, talked about like standardization of language. And so that we keep our eye on the scale, the 1 to 4 scale for implementation for that very reason, because when we have more uniformity, we're better at more effectively using our resources, our limited resources. We speak the same language instructionally. That's better for students. It's better for staff. We can support with our professional development more effectively with that. So that is our goal.
Do we ever explain or teach our parents about the MTSS process and how they could participate or support it? And are they ever a part of any of the Tier 1 type reviews when it pertains to their child?
We include parent phone calls. That was part of that list of how family, there was, I don't know, it was toward the end, where family, we also have, while Lisette LeMay, who is the director of Family and Community Engagement, is not here today, we have ongoing meetings with her and her department looking at like one of the things that we're working on right now is how do we provide user-friendly language for parents to ask their teachers so that they can be advocates for their children in asking about, do you, on a daily basis, do you provide my students with learning targets? Do you make it clear what success looks and sounds like? So we're working on a partnership with FACE for that very reason, so that we have that kind of language. We wanted to make sure we trained our staff first before we brought it to families, and so that is part of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Davis, if I may, over here. I just wanted to add too, thank you, Lorraine, that's correct, but also the wellness series this year and last year, and will continue to provide different workshops to families that focus on different aspects of MTSS.
Okay, thank you. And the last is just a statement that we need to remember that we're at the beginning of this work. There will be issues until all of our kids are taught and using this effectively, and it's being modeled in all of our schools. We're working at giving our students tools that they've never had available before, tools that their parents have never had. We're teaching them how to navigate life, basically, and working at a school site, I got to see this in work, and I knew it was working One day, it was just, I clicked that, hey, this is working, when I had a group of third graders come up and want to be put on the principal's calendar because they wanted to have a restorative chat regarding recess issues that they were having. I wish all of us could resolve all our issues that way, but it is working, and as those kids grow up, we're going to see less issues that were brought up that need discipline. I think we're giving them great tools that are going to go into their adulthood. So thank you for the work.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So thank you for the presentation. Since we are already half an hour off schedule, I will condense my comments to just a few. One of the big things that I noticed that I did want to sort of pull out is the implementation of the instructional framework. That has definitely been something that, since I joined the board, has been something we've been keeping an eye on. I ask our principals every time I go out, how's that going? And, for some of them, they say, great. For some of them, they kind of give me a sideways look like, okay, we're doing okay, which is fine. Everybody, rollouts take time. But I do want to continue to push that to the surface. We are getting to the point with PBIS and SEL that the implementation seems to be moving apace and is in a good place as for where we are, and I see that in the numbers that you gave, where the implementation, we have a number of schools that are starting to enter higher stages of implementation, and we don't have that yet with instructional frameworks. So I don't want to rush it, but to the extent we can continue to do so, let's do it. Let's see. Beyond that, I do want to just call out this difference as we're talking about data and we're talking about evidence-supported programs. I think we tend to kind of collapse all these things down into one thing. We do this on lots of different things, but for this particular, as we're talking about data, there is pre-implementation data and post-implementation data. There is the data that we use to design what we're trying to do here, right? So the evidence-based data and the studies and things that tell us student talk is a good thing, right? In general, student talk is a good thing. The evidence that tells us in general active participation is a good thing. And so, that is part of the conversation around data. The other side of the conversation around data is post-implementation data. How are these programs that we are implementing, how is that implementation impacting our students specifically, right? And so, to some extent, I think it's worth sort of pulling apart those two things. Because they are separate, right? How we design something versus how we implement and what are the results of the implementation are slightly different things. And so, if we want information about the evidence behind how we design something, right? That's information we can generally find, on Google, or you provided some of it in this presentation with citations, right? Which is great. I recognize that the post-implementation data is a different animal. That is something that we're only going to get over time. I am understanding of the frustration around we want this data and we want it now. And I'm also understanding of the fact that sometimes it takes a decade to get good, accurate data on the implementation of these things. And so I want to say, thank you for every time over the past 3 years we've gotten a presentation, it has gotten better. There has been more, information about where we are in that process. There's been more information about what we're seeing, and even if there isn't concrete data attached to it yet. And I appreciate that process, and I will continue to nudge that as these presentations continue to come, I want to see more and more and more. I want it to get better every time so that eventually we are looking at real numbers. How do we know that these things are connected? How do we know that the implementation of these programs are having the outcomes or driving the outcomes that we want to see? So acknowledging that that's a process. All right. That is all I have. So thank you very much for the presentation. Board members, I need a comfort break, so we're going to take a couple of minutes comfort break, and then we're going to move on to our next item. All right, everyone, let's return to our seats. Give people a couple seconds. All right, we've got it. All right, everybody. Let's end our conversations and get back to our seats, please. Thank you very much. All right. Our next item is an overview of a project labor agreement. Dr. Coates.
All right. Well, good morning, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and the community that came out. Thank you for joining us this morning. Today's item is an informational overview of a project labor agreement and what they are. The purpose today is to establish a shared understanding of what PLAs are, how they operate, and the considerations districts typically evaluate. This morning, there's no recommendation. This is just background information to support the board dialogue. All right, so we organized the presentation around questions trustees in general most frequently ask when PLAs are introduced. We'll begin with the definition, then we'll look at the national landscape, the core arguments on both sides. We'll take a look at CSBA framework for decision making, and finally, how this intersects with our current practices. And the intent here is clarity, not advocacy in any way. So a PLA is a pre-hire agreement between the project owner and the building trades. It governs labor conditions for a specific project or a bundle of projects that includes hiring pathways, wage structures, dispute resolution, and union representation for all workers on the job. PLAs may appear under other names, project stabilization agreements or community workforce agreements, but the core structure is the same, a single labor framework that applies across all contractors and subcontractors. Federal policy on PLAs has shifted across administrations. Some presidents have restricted PLA use on federally funded construction. Others have encouraged or mandated them for large-scale federal projects. This context doesn't dictate district action, but it does influence a broader labor environment and contractor expectations. Most PLAs include several shared elements: no strike and no lockout provisions, union representation for the duration of the project, hiring through union halls, standardized wage, benefit, and safety provisions. These features are designed to create labor stability, particularly on complex or high-value projects. A foundational, next slide. A foundational point in California, prevailing wage requirements apply regardless of whether a PLA is in place. Certified payroll, benefit contributions, and apprenticeship participation are already required of all contractors on public works. Understanding that baseline helps distinguish what PLAs add and what state law already covers. So just for some local context, we have 2 Sacramento County districts who currently use PLAs. We have Natomas Unified School District and Sacramento City Unified School District. When we get to the greater Sacramento, we have nearby Stockton Unified School District and Washington Unified School District have also implemented them on larger or project-specific efforts. And then the city of Elk Grove also uses a PLA on qualifying projects. These examples provide just context of what's happening in our area, but they may help illustrate how PLAs function in our region. Supporters of PLAs focus on stability, safety, and predictability. They argue that PLAs reduce the risk of labor disruptions, streamline dispute resolution, and ensure consistent safety and workforce standards. Proponents also highlight apprenticeship opportunities and targeted high provisions that can open pathways for underrepresented groups. Another argument is administrative simplicity, a single set of labor terms across all contractors. The UC Berkeley Labor Center found no statistically significant impact on bid prices, positive or negative, when PLAs are used in California's prevailing wage environment. Their conclusion was the financial effects depend on the specific provisions negotiated, not the mere presence of a PLA. Opponents raised concerns about reduced competition if non-union contractors choose not to bid. Others question the incremental benefit given that prevailing wage and safety requirements already apply. There are also administrative workload considerations. The district would be responsible for monitoring an additional layer of compliance. Statutory requirements around open bidding can also be part of the discussion. Some national organizations representing Black and Hispanic contractors note that most minority-owned firms operate as non-union shops. Their concern is that PLAs may unintentionally reduce opportunities for minority-owned contractors or workers. This is a consideration within the broader equity conversation. The next two slides come from CSBA Construction Management Task Force. CSB offers a balanced framework for evaluating PLAs. Key questions include, will a PLA enhance the district's ability to deliver complex projects? Does the district have the internal capacity to negotiate and administer one? What measurable benefits would it provide? Cost, schedule, certainty, workforce development? What's the long-term impact on district operations and future capital programs? These questions are designed to guide thoughtful governance rather than a preferred outcome. And I want to move into our current practices. We already use a range of delivery models, design, build, lease, leaseback, and others to secure best value. We meet all labor standards, prevailing wage requirements, and maintain strong inspection and oversight practices. Our contracts include protections such as liquidated damages to manage contractor performance. These practices already provide a strong foundation for ensuring quality, consistency, and accountability. Some additional considerations. Districts have multiple tools to pursue local hire or community benefit goals without adopting a PLA. Bid specifications, contractor qualifications criteria, and alternative delivery methods can all support workforce development or local participation targets. PLAs are one option, not the only option for advancing these priorities. And I guess what I'd like to say as we close out the presentation, as you consider future conversation, asking the question, what outcomes matter most for Elk Grove Unified? Cost predictability, schedule certainty, workforce development, equity, administrative simplicity. We are ready to bring back any additional analysis or scenarios that we would like to explore. Into discussion.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will welcome up the public for public comment, if anybody has, and looks like we do. So I believe, do we still have more than?
Yeah, good morning still to everybody. We actually have 17, 18 blue cards, so that meets our limit of 15 or more.
So consistent with our policy then, since we have more than 15 blue cards, public comment will be limited to 2 minutes each. So please adjust your comments accordingly. And I'll hand it off to Mr. Yang.
Yeah, just quickly explaining the 2 minutes. So the timer is set to 2 minutes. When you get to 1 minute, that will be a sum up LED, which is the yellow one. And when the red LED comes up, that means your time is up, and I will let you know. So first up, well, if I mispronounce your name, please correct me when you get to the podium. Thank you. Kevin Dawson, followed by No Painter.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Kevin Dobson. I'm the founder, executive director for Capital College and Career Academy. We are a free public charter high school that is a county-wide charter located in Del Paso Heights. I'm also the executive director for the Del Paso Boulevard Partnership. Wanted to share my experience with the PLA. We intentionally decided as a private developer to sign a project labor agreement for a number of reasons that, again, just wanted to use this as an opportunity to highlight. First and foremost, El Paso Heights is an area that has struggled with economic vitality, and so the opportunity to hire from within the community and ensure that the money for this project stayed within the community and then trickled down to the businesses on Del Paso Boulevard was something that was really important to me, not just within my role as the PBID director, but also as a North Sacramento resident. Additionally, the wraparound support of the trades has been incredible. We have, any given day, individuals from a wide range of industry partners that come out, provide mentorship to students, job shadow opportunities and internships, and really provide a pathway into a living wage for our students in an area that sees some of the most significant economic hardships in our city. Finally, just to, I think, reiterate, for us, the benefit was multifaceted. The opportunity, one, for the economic support in the community, two, to ensure the project was done on time, at cost. We contracted with F&H, who I know does a significant number of projects for Elk Grove Unified. They came in and just did a phenomenal job from start to finish. And then again, the current continuing, we're 3 years into a school, the continued support of the building trades in terms of mentorships and job shadows and internships for our students.
Thank you. Calling on Noah Painter, followed by Vince Joel.
President Vargas, trustees, Noah Painter on behalf of IBW Local 340. I want to speak about why community workforce training agreements are so important, especially for our school districts. At their core, CWTAs are ensuring that people who build, modernize, and repair our schools are treated fairly and not exploited. You'll hear perspectives from some people who represent contractors. We're here on behalf of workers, the men and women who climb ladders, bend the pipe, pull the wire, and make these projects come to life. Our responsibility is to advocate for those people whose labor makes this project work every day. CWTAs prevent exploitation by establishing baseline standards, fair wages, healthcare, apprenticeship training, and retirement security. These aren't luxuries. They're foundations of a stable local workforce. When workers can earn enough to live in the communities they serve, when they have access to healthcare for their families, when they can look forward to a dignified retirement, our schools and students benefit too. And let's be clear, non-union contractors can work under a CWTA. They have worked under a CWTA. In fact, as recently as 2 months ago, non-union contractors successfully performed work on projects under a CWTA in place in Sac City Unified. The idea that these agreements shut out anyone is simply not true. This isn't about choosing union over non-union. It's a policy decision about what kind of workforce you want building and repairing your schools. Do you want a system where contractors can compete by driving down labor standards, or do you want one that lifts up workers, ensures quality, and strengthens the district's long-term investments in safe, reliable school facilities? CWTAs are a tool to ensure that every contractor, union and non-union, play by the same rules. I ask that you direct staff this afternoon to negotiate with the Sac Sierra Building Trades Council to begin negotiations on a district-wide PLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling Vince Joel, followed by Fred Yassini.
Good morning, everybody. We're still there. Vance Gerard with the North State Building Industry Association, representing more than 500 member companies in the home building industry here in Northern California. I am the first speaker this morning that will offer the other perspective on this item, which is that we in general oppose the adoption of project labor agreements. Studies have shown that across jurisdictions and project types, the result is an increase in project costs. Now, you're probably wondering, how does this impact the home building industry, as the home building industry does not build schools? Builder impact fees are one of the three main ways that school districts fund new facilities, and as project costs increase, those impact fees increase as well. To put that into context, just last week we released our fee study, which found that the average fees in the Sacramento region for a new home are $109,000 for low-density residential, $90,000 for medium-density residential. In both of those categories, Elk Grove was above the regional average, pushing them close to infeasibility for building new homes. So as you move forward with this discussion, I would encourage you to think about the impact to the affordability crisis that we're seeing in the home industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Fred Yassini, followed by Femi Linkens.
So my name is Faye Yassini, if you have that right. You had my last name right, but the first name is Faye.
Thank you.
Right? Okay. Good morning, trustees. My name is Faye Yassini. I'm with Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California. ABC NorCal represents more than 73,000 construction professionals across all trades in Northern California. We believe that construction projects should be awarded based on merit to the most qualified low bidders who are responsible in conformance with California law. We oppose a project labor agreement. First of all, the increased costs, as was mentioned in your report. Numerous studies have shown that PLAs can raise costs by 12 to 20%. Even Governor Newsom vetoed a statewide PLA bill in 2024 because it raised costs. Under a PLA, contractors must pay union dues and union benefits in addition to what they already pay under California law. This extra payment discourages them from bidding on projects. Not that they can't, they don't want to. This will bring down competition and hence prices will rise. A PLA also blocks some qualified apprentices from participating in public works projects. ABC NorCal's unilateral apprenticeship program is state and federally approved, but our apprentices will be excluded from working on projects. PLAs often are justified with local hire promises, but that's usually not the case because recruiting workers will be done through union halls. Those union halls are local, but the apprentices in it may not be. There's not enough union workforce here to be recruited on these projects. Less than 15% of California's construction workforce is union, and that's according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. On behalf of our members, I urge you to request data from the jurisdictions that you just mentioned and look at the real numbers on costs and local hire outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Femi Linkens, followed by Eric Crystal. And friendly reminder, constituents, when you come up, if I mispronounce your name, feel free to correct me. Thank you.
Like me, my name is Fame Lampkins. Thank you. Good morning, board members. Like I said, my name is Fame Lampkins. I'm here representing the NorCal Carpenters Union. The NorCal Carpenters' strength lies in our highly skilled men and women carpenters, drywallers, scaffolders, and all the rest. We firmly believe in the importance of being involved in the discussions of any PLA or community workforce agreement from the start. We cannot and will not support any agreement that is presented to us without our input. We've seen the promise of labor harmony used as leverage time and time again, but that promise only holds true when all the stakeholders, including the carpenters, have equal standing in the conversation. So today, I respectfully urge you to understand that our union won't sign on to any agreement unless we've been part of the process from the start. Only then can we establish true labor harmony in Northern California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eric, followed by Melissa Bradway.
Thank you. Eric Kristen, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment in Construction. We were formed 27 years ago by union and non-union construction firms solely to oppose discriminatory and divisive project labor agreements. Union contractors, who you will not see here today supporting a PLA, don't want them because they lose their non-union subcontractors who won't bid a project labor agreement. Non-union firms, of course, don't want their workers discriminated against, have wage theft engaged when they pay into a union trust fund they don't vest in, and that money is lost to them. And their non-union apprenticeship programs, which are state approved, are explicitly forbidden from being used under a PLA, so it's just explicit discrimination. why you would be even considering, in an era of macro inflation we haven't seen in 40 years, be considering reducing your bidding pool and increasing your cost is somewhat striking and vexing. You should be seeking to expand your bidding pool, not decrease it, which you will with a PLA. I would encourage, and I will send these questions to you, since we only have 2 minutes, I'll only ask a few. What problems exist that this new layer of bureaucracy and this added cost are going to cure? Have you conducted a study of your contractors to ask them what they think of project labor agreements? I received 21 pages of contractors that have done work for you in the last 5 years. Have you contacted them and done a survey of what it would mean to them? Would you lose any of them? When State Center Community College District did this a few months ago down in Fresno, they found that 163 of the 199 respondents said they would not bid a project labor agreement job. They were going to lose 163 of their 199 bidders. Why would you consider losing one, let alone 163? Why are there no non-union contractors here speaking up in favor of PLAs? Were you aware that 90% of the local construction workforce is union-free? Men and women in today's environment choose to work in a union-free environment. They should not be punished for doing that. We need union and non-union working together to build your projects and giving your bidders the bid results that are required. Do your job, conduct a study of the contractors that do work for you, and ask them what their thoughts are on PLAs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Melissa Bradway, followed by Kyle Swartz. No. If you're done, you want to pass it up to us, feel free.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Melissa Bradway. I work for one of the largest merit shop electrical contractors here in Sacramento. We've been here for over 100 years, employing so many people and providing workforce for so many critical infrastructures. I just want to read you, we do work at Elk Grove Unified School District. I want to read you a letter that one of your top level maintenance and operations people wrote to us. Dang Vang is one of our top foremen. Yes, he is a minority. And he's been with Rexmore for 25 years. Thank you, Casey. She's one of our PMs. She lives here in Elk Grove. I already know you know this, but I want to say how great Dang is to work with. He's incredible. I was saddened to hear about his father. By the way, his father passed away in this letter a week ago, along with his wife. Dang even came in Wednesday, which is the day he was slated to take off. He did this because he wanted to make sure things were in order. We will not let your school go not in order. That is the character of Dang. He cares and wants to make sure his customers are taken care of. You guys are the customer. He is a class act, and Rexmore is lucky to have him. We super appreciate the partnership. Thank you. Again, that was from one of your top maintenance and operations person at Elk Grove Unified School District. So here it is if you guys want to see that. Another email that I have received questioning why Merit Shop is good to work with came from Susan Davis. Thank you for reaching out regarding this issue. Could you please let me know how many minorities and women work for your company? Hi, I'm a woman. I work for Rexmore. I have a high level at Rexmore, and Rexmore has given me the opportunity to make my life better, and so many people at Rexmore. And because of them, there are a lot of good people that are able to provide for their families. Do you have trainings such as schools? Yes, we have WICA, we have ABC, the same training that the union goes to. We take the same test, the DIR, we take the same test and pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Swartz, followed by Tina.
Good morning, board members. My name is Kyle Swartz. I've been a resident of Sacramento County for over 35 years. I have a 4-year-old son who I'm excited is about to get into the school districts. And you know, as a older father with a younger son, I'm kind of excited to see where things go. But the reason I'm here today is because I have been a member of the Carpenters Union for 22 years. I went through my apprenticeship program right out of high school, not knowing what I was going to be doing in 2003. So I'm here today, want to make sure that carpenters are represented at the table. We represent over 34,000 members here in Northern California with thousands of workers that are trying to get into our apprenticeship program. So this myth of the lack of workforce out there, a lack of apprentices, it's there. And we need opportunities like this to be able to get jobs for these individuals to get into the construction trades, into the unions. And the carpenters, we represent about 60 to 70% of the workforce on a typical project. So if you're not having the carpenters at the table when these are negotiated, you're not getting a large percentage of the workforce represented in these discussions. If I was to come and represent you, something I know nothing about, how would you feel? So I'm asking you to please have the carpenters at the table so those workers can be represented. We are a large percentage of the workers out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tana Henrys. Followed by Kevin Brown.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tana Harris, and I am a 40-year operating engineer. I'm currently a contractor. I am a union contractor. Also, I'm a disabled veteran. Served in the California National Guard. I am from Sacramento, and I do employ apprentices. I employ African American and minority men and women. We have about 30 members right now on our staff. And I just wanted to say it was important for me to join operating engineers over just under 40 years ago. To go through the apprenticeship, because after I left the National Guard, I didn't have any real idea of what I wanted to do, but I fell in love with this. I was trained very well, which also led me to become a contractor myself. And union apprentices, giving them the opportunity, some people are not willing or have the ability to go to college. I think that going through our apprenticeship and being trained and to be able to earn a great living. I've had people on my team that never thought they would be able to own a home, and now they're owning homes, and women who are able to, take care of their families when the father is not present. So I think all of those things are something that we should really think about when we're saying that there are no minority or women-owned businesses or contractors out there. We are here, we're present, and we're interested, and more women are interested, and minorities, and people who are not afforded the opportunity to go to college. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Brown, followed by John Hersery.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Brown, CEO of People Working Together, which is a nonprofit that provides a state-recognized pre-apprenticeship in partnership with the building trades. We have been doing such since the inception of the Golden One Arena. We participated natural resources, so every CWTA that the building trades negotiates, our nonprofit partners with them to outreach and to source and take students through a 10-week state-recognized pre-apprenticeship. And then we work with our affiliates to make certain that we connect each of these individuals accordingly, whether it be with Justice Involved, which was a large population that worked on the CWTA for the city of Sacramento, Natural Resource Building, which is a state project, whether it be the airport. In essence, what I'm saying is that we are that mechanism that ensures that local residents and those that have historically been excluded from these particular upward mobility type trades have opportunity through the readiness and the soft handoff, the tours, et cetera. Lastly, I'll say we, for the last 2 years, have come to District 56, the Aquatic Center, and we facilitate the Taking It to the Streets job fair. We work with Wendy Wisdom, Kai Welch, now Featherstone, or the other way around. But I think that the CWTA conversation is a very unique conversation. And to Ms. Heidi Moore, who mentioned the fiscal responsibility of taxpayers' money, this would allow us to intentionally use those dollars to where you could potentially hire students that will matriculate through your construction program on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, John, followed by Matt Notenbrook.
Hello, Chair and board members. My name is John Hershey. I'm with UA Local 447, Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and HVAC Technicians. I'm our compliance officer, and we represent about 1,800 members in the Sacramento region, including many who live in your territory. So I'd like to touch on some myths about community workforce training agreements, which are also known as PLAs. CWTAs emphasize local communities that would be covered by them. For instance, there's an enforceable agreement that contractors must hire or prioritize the employment of workers from the local area based on negotiated conditions to work on those projects. There are multiple criteria to meet to help bring people from lower income backgrounds, people from historically and presently marginalized communities, formerly incarcerated people, veterans, and women into high income careers that support the local tax bases and the economy generally. There's a claim that these types of agreements would discriminate against local community-based contractors on bogus logic that can't be provable. In fact, opponents may argue that local non-union contractors are the subject of discrimination when the law expressly prohibits the exclusion of otherwise qualified contractors from bidding on projects covered by agreements like this. The only requirement placed on non-union contractor that wins a bid on a CWTA-covered project is that, aside from a limited number of core non-union employees, they must hire from a local union hall, which will guarantee that the workers on the project are skilled, trained, local, and qualified, as there's skilled and trained workforce requirements that would apply to a lot of these projects. Some quick facts from a brand new study of 65 PLA and 248 non-PLA projects from 2019 to 2023 in the Sacramento region. That was published in a scholarly journal, which we can provide to you. Out of 219 projects by school districts, including EGUSD, projects covered by PLAs had a 17% reduction in project duration compared to non-PLA projects. Additionally, PLA-covered school projects were 75.7% more likely to be completed within the next year compared to their non-PLA counterparts. Union apprenticeship program, oh, my time is almost up, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Matt Notenboom, followed by Daniel Garcia.
Good almost afternoon, if it's not there already. My name is Matt Notenboom, and I am a community member. I'm a union electrician, and I'm a representative for IBEW Local 340. However, all of this didn't just come to pass. When I graduated Valley High School in 1994, it was a significant challenge for me. I was son of a single mom, had very little framework in my life, no guidance towards college. And for almost a decade, I struggled really trying to get footing, trying to figure out how I was going to move through this little thing called life. Through some fate and probably some grace, I stumbled my way into the union electrical apprenticeship. And in the course of 5 very short years, my life was transformed. I cannot say that enough. Transformative change. I became a homeowner here in Elk Grove. My wife and I were suddenly able to purchase a house in Laguna Ridge. My wife could choose to take 10 years off of work and raise our kids instead of engaging in childcare. My kids are graduating from Cosumnes Oaks High School. We can afford to send them to university. And all of this is due to the stable wages and benefits that a career in the union construction provides. This is multi-generational transformation, and this is the promise of the union construction industry. It's not just the school jobs, it's not just the government jobs, it's any job that we work on. We want to provide that to your students, and we would love to engage in a partnership with you. This is the American dream. It sounds odd, we've almost lost it, but I'm here today to talk to you with conviction that the American dream exists in the union construction industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Calling Daniel Garcia, followed by Nell Don.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Daniel Garcia, and I grew up in the Elk Grove Unified School District. I went to school here, and I'm proud to say that my children also attended school district, which is why I'm here in support of the PLAs. Look, before joining the labor's union, I spent many years in non-union construction. I worked hard and put in long hours, but it often felt like no matter how much effort I gave, I could never get ahead. I didn't have a strong benefit, consistent safety protection, or a clear path towards building a secure future for my family. Staying in the community where I grew up became harder to afford, and I worried that whether I can give the same opportunities to my children. Joining the union changed that. I gained access to fair wages, healthcare training, and a real career path. That stability allowed me to stay here in Elk Grove and send my children to the schools that helped shape me. Project labor agreements help make stories like mine possible. They ensure local projects hire local workers and create pathways for apprentices, veterans, and the young people in our neighborhoods. These agreements provide wages that allow us to live here, raise our families here, and reinvest in the communities that we care about. I'm living proof of what a career in the trades can accomplish. I urge you to continue supporting policies that empower local workers, strengthen our economy, and keep our district thriving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now Don, followed by Robert.
Good morning, President and trustees. My name is Nildon John Charles, and I'm the Senior Field Representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union right here in Sacramento. I'm also a resident of Elk Grove with 2 of my own children attending school here in Elk Grove. The Carpenters Union represents about 36,000 members in Northern California, directly impacting Elk Grove Unified School District projects. Of those, 4,000 members live and work in Sacramento region, meaning that carpenters are not represented by the Sierra Building Trades, meaning that they cannot speak on behalf of the carpenters. Carpenters perform a substantial portion of work on any major project, and excluding us from the discussion ignores the real workforce of those projects, of those folks who's going to be building these projects and maintaining these projects as well. By not including the carpenters, Elk Grove Unified risks negotiating in bad faith. Exclusion jeopardizes the labor harmony, increases the risk of strikes, delays, or project disruptions, which could compromise project timelines, budget, and community trust. We are asking that any negotiation that's taking place, we should be part of the discussion from the very beginning. Inclusion shows fair representation, smoother negotiation, and stronger labor relations. Our presence will help protect Elk Grove Unified interests and guarantee that projects move forward without any conflicts. The carpenters are a vital part of the construction workforce. By including us in negotiation, you ensure fairness, avoid unnecessary risk, and secure labor harmony for the success of your projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Coots, followed by Mr. Fong.
Good afternoon, trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Robert Cooks. I'm with the Sheet Metal Workers Union Local 104, and I represent over 750 members in the Sacramento area. When your graduates are leaving high school, many of them are looking for a path that offers stability, growth, and a future they can count on. Union construction apprenticeship programs provide exactly that. These programs are recognized statewide and nationally for producing a highly skilled workforce while maintaining strong safety standards and reducing workplace injuries. They're run by joint apprenticeship training committees, which are made up half of the contractors and half of union representation, representing the members that are working for those contractors. So it has the input from both to make these programs better. Which means that they're not just jobs, they're investments in the trades that create these careers. Apprentices learn while they earn, gaining hands-on experience in the field at no cost and while receiving a living wage and health care benefits. A recent report by NorCal Construction Industry Compliance shows that union apprenticeship programs have higher participation rates among women and minorities, and graduates earn wages above industry averages. These programs open doors for students who might not otherwise have access to these opportunities. But for apprentices to succeed, they need local projects. Local work allows them to gain the hours and experience required to complete their training while staying close to home. Local projects make it easier for apprentices to balance school, work, and family commitments, which would be exactly what your graduates and students would have the opportunity to do with a PLA for Elk Grove Unified School District. It is for these reasons that I'm asking the board to support continued learning for Elk Grove students by directing your staff to negotiate a labor agreement with the Building Trades Council and to bring something back early next year through that conversation. This agreement will ensure your students have the access to gain these life-changing opportunities right here in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fong, followed by Cameron Dermis.
So, my name's Rob Fong. I actually was a school board member, school board president in Sac City Unified, and did my time on the city council. I just wanted to say one thing about the other thing, which is so impressed with the SEL presentation. Honestly, educating the children, your students, emotionally and otherwise, is so important. So thank you for doing that. And I would just suggest that maybe you start testing different outcomes for that too, as you check data, not just test scores. So thank you for doing that. Here really just to talk to you about supporting continuing dialogue around the labor agreement with the building trades. I will tell you, it's sort of, there's a couple red herrings. It can't cost more if we're all being paid the same thing. So just remember that. It's prevailing wage. So your staff already pointed that out. It costs what it costs. And that Berkeley study sort of said that. Second thing is, it's also a red herring to say it costs more because somehow there might not be enough bidders. You control the outcome. If for whatever reason you don't like the numbers that are come back, put it out to rebid till you get a number you like. So that's that. The other thing I would tell you is, as a city council member, I became aware of some non-union contractors doing work for the city. They're paying prevailing wage, but I talked to some of the employees who were working out there, and they said, well, they were being charged for truck rental, for tool rental, and they weren't getting any sort of medical benefits. So it's not the same, right? And so this is really about your values. Do you value investing in the workers who are more skilled? 92% of all apprentices come from union apprenticeship programs in the state of California. And are you looking to help people build careers locally? And so to me, it costs you nothing to ask your staff to continue this discussion with us. And if you decide not to, it kind of costs us everything. And so would really encourage you to take a look at it from that perspective. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Cameron, followed by Eric.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Cameron Thomas. I am a merit shop employee for KS Telecom. I'm just here to ask you to consider all the information in this and urge you to vote no against this. It does discriminate against quite a bit of the workforce. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, there are 9 out of 10 construction industry employees who are not union-based, who you would be excluding from living this American dream that they are preaching. And that's pretty much all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Last card for this item, Eric.
Hello, I'm Eric Vanderlinden, KS Telecom. I've worked with your school district for over 20 years. Work in the IT space, doing low voltage work. I sent off an email to all you guys asking you to talk to your IT staff about us, and if you think that us being excluded from work would help them out, benefit them in any way. I don't know if any of you guys did that, but I would urge you to, because obviously if we're working for you guys that long, I feel that we've done a great job. We've worked with you guys great. I appreciate all the work, but project labor agreement will stop us from doing some of that work. And I would not like that to happen. So I definitely oppose the project labor agreement. We pay our employees the same. It's prevailing wage rate. We train our employees as good, if not better, than the other side. And that's been proven too. But yeah, take the time to review everything. Review the statistics that are put in front of you. Try to figure out what is best for your district. Trying to eliminate a vast majority of your contractors from bidding on a job. Some of these speakers said the cost won't go up, but it will. If you have 10 bidders on a job versus 1 or 2 bidders on a job, the cost is probably going to go up with that. It's definitely been proven. You go to a job walk and you see 30 people, 30 contractors on a job walk, that price is going to get as low as it can possibly be. You're going to get the best dollar value for your job. If you have less contractors than that, if you only see 1 or 2 out there, then they know that they're going to jack up the price. And it's just how it is. We see it. I see it day after day with jobs that we bid. So thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration. Have a good day.
Thank you. That ends our blue card on this item. Back to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everybody who came out to provide public comment. This is our first opportunity as a board to have this discussion and hear from people, so we really do appreciate the feedback and information. All right, so next up we are into board discussion. So I kind of want to start by just putting some bumpers on this discussion. This is our first opportunity to discuss this topic. So this is really an opportunity to for us to hear from the community, to direct questions to staff, and to discuss this amongst ourselves. I would suggest, although I cannot control everybody, I would suggest there be no motions today in the interest of giving staff time to digest the comments from the board and the public, discuss internally and consider other options, and come up with their own recommendations for the best path forward. That way when we do make these decisions, we are looking at everything, not just comments from ourselves and the public, but also the thoughtful and reasoned ideas from staff. But beyond that, I would encourage board members to take full advantage of this time to ask questions, be candid with your thoughts and positions, and offer guidance to staff going forward. So, yes, Ms. Albiani.
Just on process, I think it's very clear, we are brought something and then we never vote on something the day we're first brought something. It's not listed as an action item. It is, we have time to consider, research, see more people, and then come back and vote, so.
Thank you very much. We will start on this end with Ms. Davis.
I have more of a statement rather than questions. Now that we've heard the testimony regarding the potential community workforce training agreement, it's important to focus on what truly matters, the needs of our students, the strengths of our local workforce, and the values that guide our district. We heard assertions that such an agreement would exclude workers, increase project costs, or limit local participation. However, these claims were not supported by credible local data, nor do they reflect the experience of numerous California jurisdictions that have successfully implemented similar workforce agreements. The broader evidence demonstrates that community workforce training agreements strengthen apprenticeships, pathways, support local hiring, improve worksite safety, and ensure high-quality outcomes on public projects. As we consider this agreement, it's essential to remember who we are as a district. Elk Grove Unified School District is built on strong partnerships with organized labor. Nearly 10 employee unions represent the professionals who educate our students, maintain our campuses, drive our students, prepare meals, and provide critical support across our schools every day. We negotiate with them, collaborate with them, and rely on them because organized labor brings stability, professionalism, skill, and a shared commitment to public service. Given that foundation, it feels inconsistent and fundamentally inappropriate to support union labor across nearly every aspect of our operations, yet not extend that same support to the construction of the very facilities where our students learn. A community workforce training agreement with the Building and Construction Trade Council is a natural extension of those values we already uphold. It ensures the projects are completed by skilled local workers, that public funds benefit our community, and the construction is conducted to the highest standards of safety and quality. Additionally, a CWTA provides direct pathways for our students into state-certified apprenticeship programs, opening opportunities for careers in skilled trades, ensures local hiring, and supporting long-term economic growth in our region. Supporting a CWTA reflects consistency with our district's mission, our history of partnering with organized labor, and our responsibility to make decisions grounded in what benefits Elk Grove, its students, and its workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Albiani.
So someone asked me about PLAs about 6 weeks ago, and I could tell you I knew nothing. I didn't know what they meant. I didn't know what they were. And so I have spent quite a bit of time thinking about this. And so I do have questions, and if you don't answer them today, it's recorded. We'll get there. First thing I'd like to know is we have an excellent facilities program, And we have for 40 years. We've been building schools when no one else has been building schools for 40 years. We employ a lot of people. Is this discussion a result of anything that has come out of the building, out of our facilities department?
Thank you for the question, and I will take this opportunity because I missed it at the beginning. I do have Dan Marucci from Lozano Smith and Hannah Dayton, our Chief Facilities Officer, to assist in any questions. And anything that we don't answer today, we will bring back for further contemplation. But to directly answer your question, no, we agree. We've had a really strong facilities program for decades in Elk Grove, building schools, multiple projects successfully completed. And so it's not coming internally from our facilities and planning team.
Okay. We hire union and non-union people currently, correct?
That's correct.
And with a prevailing wage, is there a prevailing wage and a union wage? So if we have an electrician that comes to a job, if they were union or non-union, or their wage would be based on their bid, but do we know if their wages are equal?
So we have prevailing wage with our delivery methods, but can either of you speak to directly when we use different methods?
Dan Marucci, pleasure to be here this afternoon.
Closer, Dan.
I'm sorry.
If you can get closer.
Can you hear me okay? All right. There are special provisions for certain types of delivery methods, one that is used by the district. I don't want to say commonly, but from time to time, lease back. It has skilled training workforce requirements, of course. But directly to your question, prevailing wage is prevailing wage. So I'm not aware, unless there is a special provision in the particular master labor agreement with the Building Trades Council that is of a higher wage, which could be the case, but I'm not aware of that, then prevailing wage is prevailing wage.
So staff did not feel a need for this. May I, am I asked, where did it come from?
So I would say
I'm not sure that's even your question, to be honest.
Okay.
I think someone asked this to be on our agenda, and I'm asking what board member asked for it to be on our agenda.
So the superintendent and I have been having discussions about this for about 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
And then we had public comment recently in this area asking for it to be on a future agenda item.
Okay. That helped. Okay. My son went through a CTE in our school district and worked for a contractor in the summer. We have those programs. When I first was elected, I went to an apprentice shop and saw that process and what the training they had. And I can't recall, my kid in college does like a whole electrical wall. The kid in high school did a whole electrical wall. I can't remember if I'm seeing that at the union place, the training place. I don't know where I saw it. But that process happens, I know, in our school district. And what I'm hearing is if we do this, our students will be able to work on these construction projects, and the union will help our students more. Are they helping our students now? What, is that a change? Is that a, we will sign this and then they will help us more? That's kind of...
I understand your question. I think that's one that we would have to further explore on how they directly support our students.
I can see the value in a PLA if we didn't have good CTE, if we didn't know how to manage our projects, if we needed help doing things. We have a wide variety, a huge community, and I basically see this as saying part of our community can't be part of what we're doing in Elk Grove. I heard from a lot of local people in the union, and they have paid taxes, they have kids in our school, the same as people in the union pay taxes and have kids in our school. But then we exclude them. So I haven't been able to get a good answer to, one, why would we take an entire group of people to get the widest amount of bids? And in economics, the less supply, the higher the demand, and cost goes up, and that's basic 101. So we're narrowing our bid pool, and I understand the idea that for me to bid on something, if we had done this, I would have to pay benefits into a union that I don't get, would be discouraging. I would have to pay union dues, which would be discouraging. While I understand people who are in a union, all those things are incredibly good to making a life for them. That's not up for discussion. I just, like, we have this whole pool of people and the most bidders to get the best thing, and I'm fiscally responsible for spending tax dollars. I need to look at someone who approaches me in a store and works for, I want to call it an independent. You guys had a different name for that type of shop. A merit shop, and say, why would you exclude me? And I can't, the answer I have from this thing is, well, it gave a lot of our kids a good chance to work at local jobs. But this is a person who lives in my community right now. And our whole basis is equity and fair, and things get done different ways, and no kid learns alike, and no project probably needs to get handled alike. I just don't the cutting all those people out and limiting our pool of people to bid on a job and contradicting, it's more expensive, it's less expensive. In theory, it would make sense to me to be more expensive. And in closing, I can see how some people would do this. You don't have a good department to manage it. You don't have the experience. You're a small district. You don't have the privilege of having a facilities department that's excellent like ours, full of people that have done this work. And they are the experts. They are the people working on these jobs. And in this seat, I have always felt what you brought, I have what I've experienced, and I have what the people bring to me. And if my experts, who I have to feel are my staff and my people, are not telling me we have problems with this, I do not understand why we would go down this road if it's not fixing a problem or greatly enhancing the opportunities for all the children in our school. Nothing's being hurt. It's working. And there are so many things we have to do. It does not make sense to me to go down this road, because that's my thought process. And there are a few questions in there. And please don't clap. We just really want to be a respectful thing and an open sharing, and it's not an us-them thing, and that's not how I want to present myself or them. It's not us versus them. Every person in this room has probably worked on one of our projects, and my kids have gone to that school and have benefited, and we appreciate it 100%. I just feel we would be giving up so much, and I don't mean to be rude, but I don't know that we're getting something equal to what we're giving up, and I don't know how to face the people that I would have be excluding from these jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for all the folks that came up and share on the podium. Yeah, I was introduced to POA very recent as well, and haven't had much exposure to it, so I'm pretty new to this as well. So just want to put that out there. Yeah, we definitely a very big school district, and we have used a lot of company, vendors to help us build everything that we have today, right, and moving forward. So when I look at this, I think of if we're not improving, then we are regressing because we are in that type of city, that type of industry, that type of economy in America. So we always look for ways to be better, right? So in that sense, I think of cost, experience, commitment to schedule, to complete projects. And, that takes assessment, right, and comparison. So to my colleagues, share feedbacks already. They make really great points, so I'm not gonna repeat them. This is a item that we are not taking action on it, and if this was to move forward for more discussion, I would like a presentation that will directly focus on those areas. Again, cost, experience, commitment to schedule project as far as when it start and completion. So that's what I would like to hear. And, as far as having our students participating in internship programs, sort of speaking, of course, that is something that is very beneficial to our students, for the ones that it's not interested to follow their education into the college level. So yeah, that is a very, very positive thing. And we already have that sort of program here, obviously, but having more opportunity for our students doesn't hurt at all. Just want to be very clear on that. So with that said, I don't have anything else to share at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay. I just think it's funny, there's PLA, PLS, CWTA, they basically all mean the same thing. You have trained union workers doing the work. That's important to me. I was president of ASME Local 258 for 10 years, representing staff here in this district. And I see value in the union as a family, and that's my personal position about that. However, I do have a couple of quick questions. I saw on slide 7 that you had that Natomas Unified, the projects did a PLA if it was $1 million or more, Sac City, 500,000 or more. We can set parameters like that so that some of these smaller groups could possibly take the smaller projects. Is that correct?
It is, and I'd also even direct you back to the national context,
Right.
where for any federal project, it's 35 million or more.
Wow. But I know how much our schools cost, so
exactly.
It's not chump change, it's just not. So that's important to me, that maybe that's some parameters that we could set with this. I also know that there's definitely training required for all the union shops with their apprentices, et cetera. That's important to me. By bringing in these groups, if it's something we can negotiate with them to expand our CTE opportunities, to do electrical, to do sheet metal, all of those things, that's nothing but an advantage as far as I can see. So that's a good idea. Do we know what percentage of our contractors that we currently use, I know you have stuff going on everywhere, that are union contractors or union workers?
We work with both. I don't know the percentage. We would have to research that further.
Okay, all right. The other thing I heard from one of the people was that the carpenters union is not part of the Sierra Building Trades. So would it be possible, if we do the PLA or CWTA, whatever you want to call it, can we have both? I would assume we could have both entities be part of the negotiations. Is that correct?
And I would say, and it depends on.
Right. If they both agree to doing that, I would think too. Right, Dan? Okay. I know that most of our schools are in excellent shape if they're super duper new. I know $532 million bond we just passed, so we have a lot of work to do. I've seen the facilities master plan. If you have an extra 1,000 hours, it's only 500 and some odd pages. Go ahead and read it. But, so we have a lot of work to do. We do. And I can understand that people would want us to be employing them. I get it. I want to do what's best for the community too, and I would love for more of, if we, as part of the agreement with the PLA, would be to hire people that live in our area specifically. I'm not saying Elk Grove necessarily, but you know, we're 320 square miles as it is as a school district, so we're pretty huge. So maybe, I don't know, a couple counties around here maybe works. I don't know what the parameters are on that. That's something you guys would have to bring.
And Ms. Bellerini, if I could share this slide. This is an example from also Natomas.
Right.
It's an admin regulation 3311. Not part of their PLA, but part of their administrative regulations similar to our own. We don't have this one, but you can see that they've added a local hire policy in admin regs that states,
there you go,
contractor will be required to provide documentation. I won't read the entire thing, but you can see counties of Sacramento, Yolo, Yuba, Sutter, Placer, and El Dorado. And so there are other options that help us capture local hire and apprenticeships, maybe without a PLA, but in administrative regulations that really guide staff into prioritizing these types of things.
Okay, that makes sense. I saw that on there. I was looking through 3311 on ours. I didn't see it, so
yeah,
that's a possibility as well. Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I do have several questions and some comments. I had the same question that Ms. Albiani had regarding how this came to place, like why this was put on the agenda, because as was mentioned, I think we have a great system right now. And so I'm glad for that transparency to know why this item was put on the agenda, because in my opinion, if something isn't broken, we shouldn't be spending our time trying to fix it. So just to be clear, our current methods include everyone, right? Union and non-union contractors can bid on our jobs, right?
That's correct.
So to me, that's very inclusive, includes everyone. And that's what we should do for a variety of reasons, which I'm going to talk about more later. I did want to know, on page 7, I believe, we talked about the examples of neighboring districts. If this comes back, we need to include statistics for these districts. I would have liked to see that today. Were they completed on budget? Were they completed on time? I know for Washington Unified, that was not the case. They were supposed to open, I believe, in the fall, and they're now opening spring semester, and I believe they were $2 million over budget. Is that correct? I read an article about it.
I don't know, but we can certainly, with further discussion, bring as much information as we can get back.
Yeah, because I think things like that are important to know. It doesn't really matter if neighboring districts are implementing PLAs if they're not successful. If the timelines are very important. I know that if our community was told, oh, this high school was going to open fall 20, that's a real thing. We have a high school that's potentially on a timeline to open in fall of 2029. We're like, oh, just kidding, we're going to open in the spring. That would not go over well in our community. Timelines are incredibly important. Our money is, the money that we spend is important, and we can't afford to go millions of dollars over on projects because we implement PLAs. Also, are there costs involved with implementing PLAs?
There could be. It does add some administrative complexity that is like staff time. So that is maybe not monetary cost, but it is cost. Are there additional monetary costs? Either of you are aware?
Well, hypothetically, yes, there is the monitoring costs and staff time. I did jot a few common elements in terms of there are joint management and labor regular meetings, pre-job meetings, things like that. There is the monitoring of compliance and interfacing with the Trades Council and the unions regarding the conditions of the labor itself, the terms of the master agreements. So yes, I think it's difficult to put a quantifiable number on it, but yes, there's a non-zero cost, at least in terms of staff time. Hypothetically, as well as the board has heard, there is the issue of reduced competition, which in theory may rise costs as well.
Thank you. I think that's important to consider, that there could be costs and certainly resources and time allocated to the efforts of placing a PLA and maintaining it. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay. As was mentioned today, non-union contractors are still paid prevailing wage and still must comply with safety standards, correct?
Correct.
So that's not really an argument either to differentiate between the two. And I would also like to point out that there are apprenticeship programs for both union contractors and non-union contractors. And that was also pointed out today. And I have in fact visited a non-union paid apprenticeship program, and they do add great value to our community. And I know that union apprenticeship programs add great value as well. Both have value to our community, and so we should be offering, again, we should be inclusive. We should offer those opportunities are potentially for our future students. And that's important to me because I believe that not every student that college isn't the right pathway for every student, right? That there's many careers, oops, I'm so sorry. There's many careers, as you've all shared today, that there's great careers aside from college. We should not be discriminating or deciding what that looks like, because there's opportunities on both sides. And so I think that's really important. Some of the negative things that I've already kind of touched on that come with PLAs, they are discriminatory. They discriminate against at least 80 to 85% of our bidders. We could be discriminating against reliable contractors who have provided quality work for us for many years and decades. Some of them were here today. Why would we want to do that? Many of the contractors and workers that are discriminated against when PLAs are implemented are women and minorities. And in fact, as was mentioned today, the only state certified Black, or I believe this was referenced, but I do know that the only state certified Black apprenticeship program in California, the Black Contractors Association, opposes PLAs. PLAs limit competitive bidding, which drives down price. We've already talked about that. Why would we want to do that? Our tax dollars are you know, we are, as board members, as trustees, that is our job to be fiscally responsible, and we have limited resources to build our facilities, to update our facilities. We do not want to limit our competitive bidding process and limit the bids that come in. We need to have as many bids coming in as possible to drive down price and to have higher expectations. And there are many examples, dozens of examples that show PLAs can increase projects by 15% or more. As has been mentioned as well, PLAs can limit a focus on merit-based work, and we need to make sure that our focus is on merit-based work. It's very important. And just as one little piece of evidence, the city of Watsonville repealed their project labor agreement because they were getting very few bids or zero bids on their projects. So PLAs do limit the bids that come in that process. So in closing, I would like to say that it seems to me that open and competitive bidding is open to all contractors and workers, and that's inclusive, right? PLAs create discrimination. They limit competitive bidding and potentially drive prices up, which negatively impacts our communities, limiting the effectiveness of our limited tax dollars, and most importantly, potentially negatively impacting our students in regards to limiting the facilities that we know they desperately need. As we know, we are going to continue to grow, and we're going to continue to need new facilities, and we are going to continually need to update our facilities. So we cannot afford to risk driving up costs for already costly facilities. Again, we don't need to fix something that isn't broken. So I would like to see us to continue to participate in a fair, open, and competitive bidding process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you for the presentation. I was curious, projects that go over budget or and not on time, that can happen pretty much with anybody, right, who we do business with. It just is a circumstances situation, right?
We always blame the weather.
Yeah, I like to blame the weather too. And I am curious about doing more of I get the conversations here, and I'm open to having the discussion since it's been brought to us. And we are a growing district, and I do believe that despite our current system working and working to a degree in which maybe internally our business side is not seeking this out, I don't think that it should prohibit us from having a conversation and exploring the possibilities, particularly around could this potentially enhance pathway programs and opportunities to grow our CTEs, create more career exploration opportunities and internships for our students. I'm definitely on board with having that conversation. And I don't know if this PLA topic could potentially lead us into that, opportunity, particularly around workforce development. That was quite a bit of some work that I had learned about when I was with Los Rios, and really trying to look at how can you bring business, secondary ed, and post-secondary ed together so that we're creating these really great opportunities for our students who are not wanting to pursue, higher degrees of education. And so definitely would like to be, having that conversation. And if this leads us to that, I think it's worth having. I do know what it feels like when, I'm a fire wife, and my husband has had definitely times where he's been stationed like 4 hours away from home in Mendocino and down south, and it is really hard on a family. So if there are opportunities for us to keep jobs local, or we're having our projects and creating more local jobs so that our families that, are in this field of work that we have a need for, that they could be part of that. I am very much on board with that conversation. And how do we be fiscally responsible and look at how do we create those opportunities, especially since we have such a need to have these more and more projects coming down the pipeline here. I do think that at the very least, we should be looking at a local hire policy. And if we're not going to start a subcommittee for that, I think we should. I would like to, I'm offering my commitment to be on that subcommittee. So I do think that this is a good conversation. I think just because things are working well, it could just be that's all we know. And if there's opportunities to enhance and invest in being creative and thinking outside the box, I would like to do that. I would like to understand more closely why some unions are left out and others aren't, or groups are left out. I get the non-union and union part, but yeah, the carpenter situation is kind of interesting to me. I don't understand what that is about. It would be interesting for me too if the team could do some research around our current projects and how many have been done successfully by local workers, and then of those that were, how many were union and how many were non-union. So again, just kind of getting back to that, where are we seeing opportunities for local, opportunities for local workers to do our projects? And then I am curious, I think, to know a little bit more on so if you go back to the slide that has the district, so it makes sense to me that maybe some more, I don't know where some of the districts that were mentioned by my colleagues here are, but I imagine they're not in a very urban area as Elk Grove and close to Sacramento. But it would be interesting to know how long these districts have had their agreements for, and what they say are the pros and cons to them. And then do we have to keep, if we decided to engage in a PLA, how long do they usually last? And I guess I'm assuming it's all up to negotiations, but is it something that can be easily could we get out of it if we feel that it's not working for us?
Likely, yes, and it depends because it's all subject to negotiations. I think Washington Unified was just approved in either in 2024 or 2025, and it's project specific because their bond and project list was so small, is my understanding of it. So that's a pretty unique one where it's just one project, so it sunsets after that. It's my understanding.
So is that kind of their litmus test to see how it goes?
Perhaps.
Okay.
One thing, just a note.
Sure.
One of the challenges is some of the information with regards to other districts' experiences may be a bit challenging to get because if they're engaged if they've had a challenge of some kind, there may be litigation, or there may be some reason where just them being open about the actual experiences could be a bit challenging. We can ask questions, but there may be some limitations on what districts would be able to share as a result. But something we could take a look at, because that question's come up obviously multiple times.
And I think that's pretty much it. I think it is really important that we compare our district to one that is, similar. So if we're, I don't know if one of the other districts, on here these seem pretty comparable, but location I think really probably matters in terms of what bids you get, right?
It does for construction, because even if you looked at, so if we are the fourth largest district, the three larger districts are central or down south, and we wouldn't be using the same contractors up here. So in this particular case, it wouldn't necessarily make sense to compare if they do have a PLA, what their language looks like, because our pool, our contractor pool is here.
Oh, okay. I think that's it. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang.
Sorry, I just thought that this is important for me to say. I just want to also note that I am a union worker for Kaiser, and in the sense of, where the new union workers aspect part of it, I do understand to a certain extent, and I also work for third party before. So a little bit of background on that. With that said, I heard my colleagues mention multiple times as far as if it's not broken, don't fix it, and the impact that we may have on folks that, rely on our project with them that pays them, right? And so I just want to note that I fully aware of that, and I, for one, not intend to make a change where it's going to impact all of those folks that has worked so hard for us for so many years. But hopefully it doesn't take a lot of resources and money to do comparability study to a certain extent, and see if we could incorporate something that will result as a progress as far as cost of experience and completion date. Those are very important for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis.
I just wanted to clarify on our CTE programs. It was brought up by several people up here. Our programs are small compared to a 5-year training program that comes with pay and benefits and can be converted to college credits eventually, that they might not want college when they're 18, but down the road, they get through their internship, they can convert that time into college and walk away with a degree very easily. And it would be a way to get that degree and being paid to get that degree instead of getting a huge student loans to get that degree. It's an option, and especially being representative for Area 1, I represent families whose parents are working 2 and 3 jobs just to keep the roof over their head and food on the tables. These are not families that are encouraging their kids to go to college. They need a way to get out of where they live and to move up into the other neighborhoods in Elk Grove. We heard from someone today that worked at a non-union shop and was not able to bring his family up until he left and went to a union that respects their workers, pays their workers, gives them the benefits. And I know there's many good non-union shops too. I worked in the trades prior to the Elk Grove School District. I was in heating and air conditioning, and I heard the stories of people being taken advantage of. That doesn't happen in union shops. They have rights that are guaranteed, just like all of our employees have rights and that are guaranteed with their union contracts. And that's just what I want. I don't feel comfortable that we guarantee our people those rights and those working conditions, but we don't want that for the people who work for us. So just wanted to end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I think what is very interesting, or has been very interesting about this discussion, is I don't think anyone is wrong. Like I fully appreciate people's positions. Oh, am I too far away? I appreciate and understand everybody's positions, because I think that they're all rooted in the same thing, which is what we're all looking for here, which is what's in the best interest of students, because we're a unique government entity. Other government entities have wide latitude to do a lot of different things with the money that they're given in response to their community. We have a very, very narrow mission, which is to do what is in the best interest of educating students, right? That's our job. And so for me, as I'm sort of thinking about this and listening and hearing what my colleagues are saying, I'm in agreement. I understand the hesitation around that because, everything that we do, all the money that we spend needs to be going towards children's education. And sometimes that means building buildings, construction projects. And that's fantastic. But, to the extent that we are increasing those costs without either getting some kind of benefit for it, or without some kind of offset, that diverts money away from our mission. And so when I am thinking about this, I'm really thinking about two very narrow questions, which is whether a CWTA would increase our total project costs in a manner that would divert money away from our mission, and two, whether a CWTA would create any benefits for our students or our graduates that might also justify any additional costs that was associated with it. And one of the frustrations I have found in looking into this is that there's a lot of competing information out there. I think there is probably some truth to a lot of the things that people have said today. I would not be surprised if there were some additional front-end costs associated with CWTA, either because it has an impact on the bidding process, or it is adding labor costs for non-union contractors. Whatever the case may be, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some additional cost there. At the same time, I also saw quite a bit of evidence that using union labor and PLAs had some impact on reducing costs on the back end, right? Where you have a decreasing likelihood of cost overruns, increased productivity, and an increased likelihood that projects get completed on time. And like I said, I think there's probably truth in both of those things. And so we're looking at, in terms of the cost side of this scenario, there's competing evidence. And in that instance, I'm inclined, for my own reasons, I'm inclined to err on the side of, limiting cost overruns and ensuring timely completion. Because I think for us as a district, those are incredibly valuable things. There is a real value to certainty for us, to making sure, to knowing that we are getting the best quality, projects, the best trained people, all of those things. There is a real cost to us in delays. When those delays happen, it's not just a financial cost, it is an educational cost. When delays happen, construction is not done on time, that is students not learning in the optimal environment. And so, given that, looking at that side, or looking at those two things as being particularly important, I'm inclined to support a community workforce training agreement. And on top of that, I am really interested in the conversation. People have mentioned there are additional benefits to it as well. How can we leverage a PLA or a CWTA in order to get more interest and more activity going in our CTE programs and our pathways programs? How can we leverage this negotiation to increase access for our students in apprenticeship programs? All kinds of things like that I think are really interesting conversations to have as part of this process. And so I want to hear more about that as part of this and as we continue. So if there was anything else I wanted to mention on that. Okay, so if I've heard my colleagues correctly, it sounds like we have a majority in favor of further exploration and discussion. And so given that, I do want to offer some points of guidance going forward. The first one is, as we move forward, I'll be looking for concrete information about impact. And a number of my colleagues have mentioned that as well. Questions like, how many projects do we have each year that might trigger a CWTA? And, you know, how does that change based on the threshold, right? If it's a $1 million threshold versus a lower one we've seen in the slide on the screen, right? Different districts have different thresholds. And so I'd be curious to know what that looks like. Doesn't have to be perfect, but giving us an idea of what that looks like. How many of our current contractors work on relevant projects? I think that would be valuable information. What types of projects are usually impacted, right? Because obviously building a school is a giant project that, you know, is probably going to trigger a CWTA. But I would be curious to know, is painting a school going to be a project that is large enough or costly enough that it would trigger a CWTA in certain circumstances or in any circumstances? So information like that, and also I would love to know more about you know, it's already been raised, but administrative and staffing costs and burdens in implementation, because I think that's important to this discussion as well. Second, echoing what Ms. Baldwin said, or some of what Ms. Baldwin was saying, I'll be looking for oversight and accountability metrics and mechanisms. I would encourage staff to think about appropriate timelines for how are we conducting these reviews. If we had an agreement, how would the board conduct those reviews and on what timeline? I would also want staff's thoughts on how do we measure costs? How do we measuring implementation? Are there any issues that would be created in soliciting bids or meeting our district construction needs? Obviously, if we discover through this process, or if we implement an agreement and we discover that, hey, this is actually implementing our ability to construct the buildings that we need, then obviously that will be a large problem that we need to address in the future whenever we are reviewing this. And so just getting an idea for the continued need, the need coming into it, and then each time we review the agreement, you know, what is the continued need for the agreement, and getting that as data so that this board and successive boards, because every new board is probably going to end up, you know, reviewing this agreement over time. What is the information that's going to allow us to make the right decision? And I'll be looking to all of you to help us figure out what is that information that we want. Third, any plan or agreement that comes forward should reflect the unique needs of the district and our students, right? We're EGUSD. Nothing we do is standardized. Nothing we do looks like what everybody else does. And so one of the things I'm going to be looking for is, like, what is our plan and how does it meet our specific needs? You know, it shouldn't be a cookie cutter of the Natomas plan or the Sac City Unified Plan or anything like that. You know, how is this, we have very specific needs, particularly as a growing district, particularly as a district that is going to be building 5 schools in the next 5 years. That stuff like that needs to be taken into account. We have real needs, and those needs are timely. And so I want to make sure that all of that is built in here if we do this. Fourth, echoing Ms. Albiani's point, I would like to hear a lot more information about how we can use this or leverage a CWTA to create value for our students. You know, we have a ton of CTE and pathway programs, and if they need support, mentors, hands-on training opportunities, all of those things, how can we sort of integrate, you know, if we are deepening a relationship with our labor partners, if we are continuing to build this relationship with our partners in the trades, then how can we leverage that to our advantage, you know, for our students? I would be interested in hearing more from you all about identifying what those benefits might be, and how we can maximize those benefits in this process. And then finally, I'll be looking for an inclusive and open process. I understand from our labor partners, good Lord knows do I understand, there are some turf battles out there, and that is fine. My expectation from staff is that they will interface with all interested parties at whatever appropriate time, and solicit feedback from community partners where needed and appropriate, even if that feedback is in opposition. And we have done that in everything that we have done in the past 3 years that I've been here, and so I have no reason to think that, you know, that we won't, but I just want to make it explicit. And on the other side of the table, I expect everyone else to play nice in the sandbox, especially in my boardroom. All right. That is all I have in terms of guidance. So I do want to then open it up. My colleagues have now had the opportunity to hear from all of each other. Does anybody, any other board members, would anybody like to add anything, address anything? Start, Ms. Moore.
Yeah, you kind of touched on it, but I think it's really important that we survey our current contractors. Some of them were here today to ask what are their thoughts on implementing a PLA and would they still bid on our projects? I think that's important. We need to have that data. They are our stakeholders. They're important, and if they're some of them have been working with us for years, decades, they deserve a seat at the table. So I don't know if there's a way to do that. And it was asked how many of our current contractors are union versus non-union, so I would like to have that data as well. And so I think we need to really look at this in a well-rounded manner. Again, I don't personally see the benefit of implementing a PLA when our system is working well now with our open and competitive bidding process. But if you're saying that we're moving forward to explore this as an option, then we need to survey all of our contractors who are currently contracting with us, working with us, and I would like to know if they would, as part of that, I would like to know if they would still bid on our projects.
Can I make a comment? I just
Yes,
want to,
please.
first of all, just understand that this is complex. It's a weighty decision, and so what I'm understanding from all of the feedback is just further exploration of impact. So before we actually move to any agreements or anything like that, we're really trying to, I think what staff is going to try to do to the best of our ability is analyze what we believe our current impact will be, bring back some concrete data for further consideration. And just to note, we talk to everyone, and we're going to continue to talk to everyone, but I think there's maybe a step or two prior to getting into any really agreements. It's really trying to understand further our current practice, who were we working with, cost impacts. There was a schedule question that came up, and I joked about the weather, but those are accounted for. But just really understanding what is the problem we're trying to solve to give you some real data to make an informed, to guide us in our next step is how I'm interpreting your guidance and the full feedback of the board.
I would like to nudge just a little bit further. I think in addition to that, because I think that is a very good summary of what we're looking for, as part of that process, I would also like staff to consider and think about potential options for us. In this process or in this presentation, you mentioned there are policy changes, potential policy changes. I would like to know what those are, and if staff has a recommendation, I would also like to hear that as well. And so to the extent that we're getting not only the more information about impact and that, but also options and recommendations for moving forward. I think that we should get all of those at the same time, because I don't want, as much as I want this to be a very deliberative process, I really do, I also don't want it to take 5 years. So let's, we'll
Fair enough.
Deliberate, but we'll get the things. Okay.
So
Michael?
Can I do a piece real quick, just from a staff doing the work? We definitely have all the notes on the questions and things that still exist. Bringing additional information at the same time we're bringing potential solutions. We get a little bit out of whack. So I just want, the idea is we need to make sure from a process standpoint, we don't want to go to solutions before we thoroughly understand what we're trying to do. And so I appreciate the nudge, but from a staff standpoint, trying to do those two things at the same time, we may be influencing, trying to do the work to get to an outcome versus let's make sure we clearly understand what we're trying to address, and then let's come up with what is the best solution for Elk Grove Unified. Right, so pushing those things too close together, I think, is a challenge.
Hold on, everybody. Ms. Albiani.
I'm going to echo pretty close to what he says. I had a comment. I just want to make it clear, we get our projects done, and we get our projects done on cost right now. So, and I want to make sure that's part of the data. I also agree. I think to go down this, it would be getting our questions answered, having the whole board learn, and then I would suggest we do a board subcommittee, and then they can help staff and consider coming up with solutions, and we are part of the solutions with all knowledge and staff available to us. And that would require us coming back once with information, getting our questions answered, then we would pick a subcommittee. A subcommittee would work with staff to give recommendations based on the feedback once we have all true information, or as true as we can, and I don't mean to be offensive, just the facts as we feel we're all comfortable with them. I think facts is such a crazy word these days. So, and then that would go to a subcommittee, which would give us time in a small group to work, and then the subcommittee would come back to the full board with recommendations and the staff recommendations.
Okay, Mr. Yang?
Yeah, I too just wanted to echo on that part. I understand what Michael is saying as far as dragging this thing, in 5 years, and hopefully it won't take that long. However, it is a possibility that could impact a lot of people's lives as far as their income. And for me, I think that, a thorough assessment is very important. So I'm really not in a rush, to be honest with you all, because I'm more interested in make sure that our assessments really include data that we can really assess. To me, I'm more interested in that part of it. And again, it's not like our current workforce is broken, and we are hearing from our staff, especially from our superintendent, coming to us and really, advocating that, hey, we are having this issue, that issues. I haven't heard that. So, but if you do have those problems or issues, feel free to share. So in that fact of a matter, I think that, we should definitely, it's a must to get the data and really do a deep dive on assessing it. And at the same time, hopefully we won't take too much of our staff resources as far as our staff and money that we may not have either. So those are the things that we have to really think of, right? Because it plays a part of resources to our students, and we all touch on that. At the end of the day, it's about our students' education, and we want to make sure we can save every dollar toward that. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, yes.
I'm not sure at which stage we would do this, but I would like to also give feedback from our maintenance department, because there's a lot of things, I'm hearing up here things aren't broke. But working out at a school site and working around some of the contractors and some of the modifications and the things that have been done has not been good. It might not get shared at this level, but there is costs that are involved of repairing and fixing things that aren't done the right way that our maintenance department just absorbs and goes out and just does it, patching walls, fixing holes, just doing all kinds of things to fix. And like I said, they don't bring it to this level. They talk about it at the schools, they talk about it at M&O. I would like to get feedback from them also, because they're the ones who have to live within the work.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowen?
I would just say that it sounds like there's quite a bit of feedback here, and I agree with Beth that a subcommittee would be of value so that we can get to what exactly do we want research, what are the issues that are important to us as a district, and then, being able to see how the board can be supportive to staff in, moving forward with what makes sense for us.
Ms. Ballerini?
Okay. First, I want to make sure that we don't forget that you guys on pages 12 and 13 already listed 14 really good questions that we probably still need answered. So I want to honor you guys and say thank you for those. And of course, Susan and I had the same thought. Anybody in maintenance and operations that may be watching or hearing this, we're not trying to replace you. We do understand that you do what you do and you do it well. But I also understand that obviously I have relationships with quite a few of them, and I've gone to school sites where they're working on something, and especially some of our newer sites that they're having to fix things that weren't done correctly by the original builder, and maybe it's out of warranty time. And so they're having to cover that and fix that at the sites. I know that's happened quite a bit at one of our specific sites. I won't mention the site because I don't want anybody to get upset, but I just want to say that. So, I think I would love to do a subcommittee. I think that's a great idea, definitely.
Other comments? Okay, then I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that we are going to do this in a deliberate way, and we'll have the superintendent and I will figure, yeah, right, I said it, it's kind of my fault. So the superintendent and I will discuss, setting up a subcommittee. If any board members are interested in being on it, please let me know. Send me and Chris an email, and we will start that process. I do want to reiterate that this should not be a extended process, but a deliberate process nonetheless. So let's make this timely. So anyway. Yes, and thank you again to everybody who came out. We deeply appreciate your feedback. We will continue to appreciate it every time we have these meetings, every time. Please feel free to come back and continue to provide us with additional information. We really do appreciate it. It is incredibly important to our decision-making process. So thank you, and thank you. All right. Let's do the consent agenda quick. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on the consent agenda?
There is no blue card on this item.
Thank you very much.
No, the consent agenda. This is just for the closed session.
Closed session, okay.
I got it.
Okay, so would any board member like to pull an item from the consent agenda?
It's only 2 items.
All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve items 1 and 2 on the consent agenda.
I move.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we will be going on our lunch break, and the board will meet in closed session afterwards to address items 1 and 2 on the closed session portion of the agenda. Mr. Yang, are there any public comments on this item?
Yeah, there is one blue card. Eric, you have a card that you want to speak on this item, correct? Closed session? Okay, really well. Then we don't have no blue card on this item.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Then at this time, we will recess to lunch and our closed session at 1:22 p.m. Thank you. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 2:27 p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. There being no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned at 2:27 p.m.